to have us on this platform once again of the conference, the international conference. This is 10 already, few minutes past 10, and we're supposed to kickstart, but let's kindly give 5 minutes to allow other participants to join in because it has been a swell time in this conference and we've been having exciting moments from seasoned speakers and we want everyone to benefit from it. So please, let's just give them the grace of a few minutes to join in before we start off officially. Thank you so much, everyone. Good evening. Once again from wherever we are joining from, depending on our time zone. But welcome to the Age International Conference and Academic Conclave with the team Redefining the Future of Global Academia, a virtual conference which started on the 12th with the pre-conference workshop. And we had two sessions on the pre-conference workshop on the 12th. The first was handled by Dr. Wadzani Dauda on mastering AI for academic excellence, advancing writing and research. And it was a swell time as participants were exposed to how to use AI to generate their research works and to write, and different softwares AI they can use to make their work and life easier. We got feedback from participants who are excited about the insights they got and how they have been applying them and how they will continue to use them. So it was actually a wonderful time in class with Dr. Wazani on the first workshop for the pre-conference seminar. And next we had also Professor Mohammed Paiko, who spoke on the key points to note and common mistakes to avoid when submitting NRF full proposals to TED Fund. And earlier this year in August, we hosted Professor Mohammed Paiko on our platform, Age, through a webinar where he talked about NRF concept notes and how to go about it. And a lot of persons who followed that webinar came in with their testimonials of how their proposals were approved. So we made progress also to see that we could help them in submitting the full proposal to TED Fund. It was also a great time in class in the meeting, and our participants were also excited with their feedbacks on how they've been able to make massive progress. Yesterday, 13th, we made progress with the opening ceremony, which marked Age 1 year anniversary. Age was established on the 13th of December, 2023, and yesterday made it 1 whole year for Age, and we had our opening ceremony championed by Professor Friday Ojonigu Ati, who is the conference chair, and he gave us a dive into Age, the success story, how we've come so far, and the progress we're making. A rundown of all of that was done by Professor Friday Ojonigo Ati, the conference chair. We also went ahead to have our course chairs give remarks on our courses so far we've had in Age, the Academic Writers Academy, the data analysis courses, and all of that. And it has been a wonderful time in the conference meeting. Also, we made progress with Professor Charles Okechukwu Esimone, who, despite his busy schedule, made out time to be on this conference. And the participants in class could testify that it was actually a robust time with Professor Charles Esimone, as he actually diverged the topic of the future of innovation and global research. It was a beautiful time with Professor Charles Okechukwu Esimone yesterday, and we actually enjoyed his speech and his presentation. This is to tell you that if you didn't attend yesterday, you actually missed a lot, but do not bother because recordings of this will be made available afterwards. Also, we had Dr. Ritu Dehand, who is the Chief Scientific Officer at Springer Nature. She was also here to talk to us about advancing scientific publishing and innovation in Africa. And we got questions and questions for her, which she trashed with us. And I believe with that progress, we would be able to know how to publish our books better with Springer Nature and other platforms. Also, we had Dr. Obichi Obiajunwa, who took us on a technical session from bench to business, the trade secret for successful idea commercialization. In his words, it's not enough to just burn the idea in your head. How do you make profit out of it? How do you make money out of it? You were a doctor, right? You're a professor, and you have all the ideas, but you couldn't make anything out of it. It's not normal, so to say, that you have all the academic qualification and it's actually still difficult to make ends meet. So Dr. Obichi opened our eyes to see how we can make profit, or how we can be trade secret for successful idea commercialization, how we can make our ideas come to life and make a whole lot of profit from it. Also, we had the competition Age Global Excellence Award in Innovative Thought Leadership, and we had 3 categories: the undergraduate, the postgraduate, and the senior academic category. We had all of them, all our finalists showcase their video presentation yesterday, and we had our panelists also who went through it and judged, and also the participants were there yesterday to ask them questions on what they have done, so we could be sure the works are truly theirs. And today we are going to be calling out the winner of that session. Today we're going to be calling out the winner of the competition, and will be awarded their certificate. I've seen their certificates behind the scene, and I could tell you it's looking actually wonderful. It's something you would really love to see and have. So I'm congratulating our winners already in advance, because your certificates really looks wonderful. The award is mind-blowing. So congratulations once again to our finalists, and we get to hear the final finalists today, and congratulations in advance. Today we make progress with our session. We're going to start our first session with the technical session 2, and I wouldn't want to give us a tip of the iceberg, so to say. I'd love to bring up the moderator for today, so that she will give us a full rundown of the session of today. To give us the rundown of her session, the topic. She will introduce the facilitator, and we'll get to go into business already. So join me, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed professors and dignitaries in the house, as I bring up Dr. Nancy Nzelu. You're welcome, ma.
Thank you for having me. Welcome, everybody. Good morning, professors, colleagues. You're all welcome to this auspicious event, to the day 2 of the AGE conference. So not wasting much time, we have the technical session 2. Facilitator for the technical session 2. But before that, I want to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Nancy with Joseph Sawantaka University, the former Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, here in Benue State. So I will be the moderator. I'll be moderating this session, and this session is going to last for 45 minutes. Our facilitator for this session will be Dr. Abotiname Loki Imoize. He will be giving us insight into the topic about mastering the act of writing research proposals. It's a lot. I can tell you the presentation is packed full with a lot of information, which we'll all need. At some point in time, we have issues writing up proposals. So without wasting much time, I would read his citation. So allow me to just share my screen. Okay. All right. Dr. Abotiname Loki Imoize is a lecturer in the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering at the University of Lagos, Nigeria. His research interest covers the field of 6G wireless communication, wireless security systems, and artificial intelligence. It's interesting to know that he has published about 14 books in this field. That's a whole lot. He's a Fulbright Research Fellow, PTDF and DAD Scholar, and a Maria Curie researcher. He's the current vice chair of the Institute of Electrical Electronics Engineer, Communication Society, Nigerian chapter. He's a registered engineer, and he's a senior member of the IEE. So fellow researchers, senior colleagues, professors, students, everyone present, join me to welcome Dr. Abotiname Lucky Imoise. So you are welcome to this session, and you have the floor right now. We'll have 45 minutes for this session. Thank you. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hello, Doc.
Thank you so much for the
Thank you.
introduction. Can you allow me to share my screen?
Okay, please do.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me. I am highly honored to be here this morning and to give a presentation on mastering the art of writing research proposals. She has already introduced me. My name is Abotiname Lucky Moise, and I am a lecturer at the University of Lagos. Okay, let's get started. Grant writing process. We need to know what the grant proposal is in the first instance. And before we can actually look at how to go about writing it. Okay. A grant proposal or application is a document, or a set of documents that is submitted to an organization with the explicit intent of securing funding for a research project. So usually we submit it so that we can have funding, to fund our projects. But it's not just writing the grant proposal that matters, but what matters is writing it successfully so it can be approved. So grant writing varies widely across disciplines. It's not exactly the same way we write it in the social sciences that will write it in engineering. Some metrics differs, but in general, I will give you an overview. Whatever discipline you are from, you'll be able to write a successful grant proposal at the end of this lecture. So let's look at a grant writing process. This figure is taken from the Office of Research, the University of North Carolina in the United States. Here we have the grant writing process. First, you identify needs and focus. Then you find prospective grants and develop general proposal and budget. Submit the letter of inquiry, receive requests for formal application, prepare specific proposal, and after preparation, you can submit the proposal, but usually you should submit it before the deadline. And it goes to the agency for review. Then you receive an award letter if it is successful. You negotiate multiple award, accept or decline award, then you carry out project, and after carrying out the project, you file report with funding agencies. So this is the diagram showing the grant writing process. But before we go further, we need to ask a question. Is research proposal writing a one-man endeavor? No. I wouldn't want to trust my fund on a single individual. What happens if after committing the fund and he gets sick, or he even died, or he entered voicemail? Or how can we attest that he has the knowledge on his own to execute a mega project? So if you really want to write a proposal that will win, I suggest you do not make it a one-man squad. Okay, when should you start writing your research proposal? Yeah, as PhD student, you can write proposals, but usually it takes time, so it can distract your focus on your PhD. As a PhD student, what is possible, you may be helpful or useful to help others to write some sessions that will not take most of your time. You write such sessions focused on research or technical aspects. By so doing, you are learning how to write proposals. Then, probably as a postdoc, it is a good idea. You can start with small projects. You don't need to start with the biggest of projects. By starting with smaller ones, you get to know how to do it, the tricks, the intricacies, the norms, the rules. Then those can prepare you to write bigger ones. Who should be doing it? Researchers working in academia are eligible to write research proposals, and it is more or less a must critical to your development. You really want to become a professor, either in a laboratory at the university or a research and development center. Researchers working in private and public research centers also need to write research proposals. And researchers working in companies with R&D also need to write. Starting with smaller projects. If you have never written before, I suggest you start with the smaller ones. You are more likely to get an approval for a small project as a first timer than for a large project. So much less to write about 10 to 15 pages of documents. We're going to look at the breakdown soon. You focus on your objectives while writing. You also give the duration of the project depending on how the call is structured. Then you look at how you can manage the project easily such that it doesn't burden you and doesn't burden others. Since you are writing and you tend to be the principal investigator, the main investigator, so that can also tell on your CV as a junior researcher who is starting to write research proposals to gain grant in the academic profession. Let's look at the cons. The budget is not that high, especially for small projects. It can be around 80K, 100K, depending on the amount. But it's not the amount that really makes it a big or small project. It depends on the research involved, the requirements, whether you need to buy heavy duty equipment, whether you need to hire experts to join you in the project to seek their expertise on some clear areas. So we see some examples, Google Faculty Awards, Samsung Advanced Institute and all that. So you can start with smaller projects. And how do you structure your proposal? You have the research abstract and goals. You might decide to make it one page, but these are not fees. It all depends on the template given by the sponsor, the financier of the project. You also have project description that can take up to 8 pages. It also depends on the structure. These are not fees. The research objective, you can make it a 1-page maximum. The significance of the research, also 1 page. Research plan and technical approach. The milestones and deliverables, that can be 1 or 2 pages. The expected outcomes and results, up to 1 page. Tangible and intangible outcomes, the budget, and then the reference materials. This is a typical structure, but it does not fit in for all. Some sponsors have their template, and some can even give you that the abstract should just be 50 words. Some can say it should be 250 words. It all depends, but this is a typical structure to guide. Okay. The proposal identification, you map project ideas onto a company interest. You don't write your own ideas with the intention to selling it to a company that does not need it. So you must tailor your proposal to the interests or the research lines of the company or the lab or the financial or the sponsor, and provide details on the presenter, especially the principal investigator. If I am reviewing a project, I want to see the profile of the principal investigator. I want to see the profile of other investigators, whether there are postdocs or PhD students participating in the project, or even matured researchers, or the ones we call senior researchers are participating in the project. I want to see their profile, their experience level, their level of expertise, and whether they have handled such projects in the past. I want to see all this before I can entrust my money, my funds into such a project to such researchers. So in the content, we have the title of proposal, the project team title. It can be selected from the call for proposal, the project subject title also selected from the call, the PI information, the name, the work address, and the website, and so on. The research abstract and goals, this can be up to half a page or even a quarter of a page. It depends. So you should be able to establish the scenario in 3 to 4 lines, explain the project core idea in about 8 to 10 lines, and present research team and relevant expertise or facilities. You have to demonstrate that you have the right know-how and capacity to handle the project. Otherwise, no one will want to sponsor a project if you cannot demonstrate sufficiently that you have the right know-how and the capacity to handle the project. The tips here, you should be short and straight to the point. There is no room for grammar or no room for noise making or no room for irrelevant talk. You have to go straight to the point because the reviewers do not really have time. If you write it such that it is boring, the reviewer is already sleepy while reviewing your paper or your proposal, and you can be sure to not get an approval. So explain why it is relevant and why you plan to achieve it. So that will now take us to the research goal, represent the micro objectives of your proposal. That is your grand vision. It has to be clear. The clarity matters a lot. If it is not clear, it becomes ambiguous and it is difficult for reviewers to decide whether they should pass it or not. Number and label them. You number them go 1, go 2, go 3, and so on. Then use these labels later to identify the objectives in the proposal. Okay, we now look at the research objective, part 3 of it. Final green research objective to reach the goals. And for both small and big projects, about 5 or 6 is usually a good number. You number them as well again, objective 1, objective 2, objective 3. That is, these are the objectives I want to meet in this project. And also use this in the whole proposal. There is need for uniformity so we can track which objective are you talking about. Okay, we look at part 3 of it, the significance of the research. This can be up to 1 page maximum. The scientific novelty is a Minnesota. The SOTA is the state of the art. You should refer to the existing or recent literature to prove the novelty of your idea. You should be able to state why the problem lingers. You should be able to motivate the problem you want to address in your proposal, and you should be able to tell us what other people have done to solve that problem and why the gap persists, and what new method are you introducing to bridge that gap. You should be able to establish that novelty. And for the research community, how will it impact? How will it benefit the industry? And how will it benefit the society at large? This has to be captured and they have to be very brief. Okay. And I'll take you to the research significance again. Why is it the state of the art important? I've already emphasized all this. We need to know the trend, what scientists have done before now to address the problem, why the problem is still lingering, and what new idea you bringing on board to address the problem. Now we'll now look at the research plan and technical approach. Description of the work packages. Usually you structure it into work packages, into different milestones, what you need to cover at a particular time. That gives it more clarity, which objective you want to fulfill first and why you need to fulfill first, and how do you structure that same objective into structures or into units such that the work can easily be tracked and the progress made can easily be tracked as well. So you also structure your work into work packages. Then the expected outcomes and results, tangible outcomes like simulation software or software hardware prototype, the algorithms you are deploying, whether you are optimizing or whether you are developing new algorithms, this have to be made clear in the proposal. Then you provide a bullet list of expected outcomes plus description for each category that applies to your project. More often than not, while we have the tangible outcomes, we also have the intangible outcomes. You can say that you want to increase international visibility, network of contact, participation in scientific events like conferences or workshops or even symposium. You can engage even master's level students or PhD students or even research associates. By so doing, you are increasing higher education quality and effectiveness, and this can also bring you to limelight in the industry. Okay, we have excellence, content, and structure. While writing, you need to strive for excellence. Only the most excellent proposals are approved. When there is a call, thousands of applicants or researchers across the globe submit a research proposal. If you want yours to be selected and subject to approval, it has to be excellent. So we look at the general introduction, like 1 page. This is very, very important because some reviewers, especially some, may be lazy. They just want to read that first page. And once that first page is not interesting, they don't want to read it anymore. So you need to write your general introduction in an excellent manner, no flaw, no mistakes, no typo, no limited grammar structure. So the project objectives can also be in table as per the objective. The state-of-the-art analysis, you can also put it in a table. Then the methodology, the solution architecture, the diagram, or the algorithm, the flow chart you want to use, these have to be very clear. The novel aspect and approaches in connection to the objectives, the technological aspect and enablers, also the research activities that fit into the project, the relevance of the work program. Then you also look at the timeline, the data and research output. These are very key to be featured in a typical research proposal if you really want it to get an approval. Yeah, this is a sample work packages. We have the work packages one for project management, requirement and strategy, system design and architecture. We have for implementation and integration, testing and field trials, market models and production, and then you also have dissemination and exploitation. So you can structure your work packages in this form, but this is just a typical example which is useful especially for project, but it might not need all these aspects of it might not feature into some project depending on the project peculiarity. Okay, yeah, you can also plan your work like this in the form of a chart. This is a waterfall model chart. How one activity in your research plan will lead to another as you are, wrapping up one, which one will come next. They need to see that clarity before they can approve your proposal. We also have another form, we can call that one a wall. It's not like the first one we saw that is a waterfall, but this one is like a wall model. You can also structure it like this. In a proposal, there is a need to see the work plan, the work schedule, how it is going to flow, which one will start first, which will be next, which will follow it, and which will even be last. They need to see. And you should also be honest enough to to highlight or any eventualities, any risk that you foresee. You don't need just to write a proposal and assume that no problem will happen, no difficulty, no challenges is envisaged, everything will just be nice. Yes, it's good for us to be positive, but at times the reviewers or the sponsors also want to see the risk level well outlined so they will know whether they will sponsor such a project or not. Okay, let's look at the implementation tips. You need to be feasible. Do not plan for too many deliverables. Oh, other 1 month I'm going to deliver this project. You know that is not possible. So you can segment the project into several deliverables. You don't just tell the reviewer or the sponsor or the financial, oh, I'm going to deliver 10 deliverables in 1 month. So you need to also be honest while you also try to follow the timeline of the financial, the sponsor. You look at the project resources, the money at hand, the number of partners, then you decide what is feasible and go for it. Do not overpromise. And do not promise things that you cannot even control. you know and whenever possible, mesh deliverables, check for reasonable activity schedules, avoid months with 10 concurrent deliverables. That can even put unnecessary pressure on you, and that can even make you fall sick or even run mad during the project, because you already tell your financial, your sponsor, that you're going to deliver this project in 2 months, whereas it's not feasible to deliver it even in 1 year. So think about and plan and as specific tasks as possible before while preparing your proposal. And you should analyze the business models and business plan, dutifully. Then the implementation, the last session, the project management structure. Practice standard tests are nowadays reduced to a bare minimum. The budget to be pretty standard, but it's very tricky, especially the budget. This is where most researchers get it wrong. You don't need to claim I know it all when it comes to budget preparation for research proposal. You need to seek the services of experts. You can even contract this stage out to experts who can guide you on the budget. Check for feasibility, the objectives and the work versus the money. check for administrative costs and design costs, or even the implementation costs and the testing costs as well. You know, a consultant must say, oh, you test and competence table, you look at how you are going to finance the project, who and who will you be paying, the research assistant, the research associate. So you have to factor all those costs into the project, because you are not going to use your personal money to pay research associates or even people helping you with the field work or even other administrative job in the project. The contingency plan as well. This is very important and it requires experience. Then the risk and corrective actions also have to be well articulated. Now, let's look at the risk proper. At the end of the implementation session, table reporting the risk analysis for the proposal is very key. You risk type, whether it is a low risk, it is a medium risk, or it is a high risk, you need to spot it. The likelihood that there will be risk, whether it will be low or medium or high, the severity, whether it will be low or medium or high, then how do you counter such risk, counter action? You have to describe it. Some risks are generic, whereas some are not generic. Some are only specific to that project. So you need to assess the level of risk. And whether you like it or not, the sponsors want to see this risk. If they don't see it, everything just looks so nice, excellent. Some will not even want to finance that project, because when eventuality strike, who will help you? So why will you want to force them to release fund on emergency because eventuality strike, whereas it was not provisioned in the proposal? Then this is a risk assessment table. You can go through this table. I already mentioned that some can be generic and some can be project specific. Okay, the consultancy writing professionals, it is not a sin and it is not a malpractice if you involve a professional to support you in your research proposal writing. It will only make it good and better. It is not a one-man squad like I stated at the beginning. It takes a community, to build a human being, to build a good proposal. So you have to invite community effort. That is where the consultancy comes into play. Uh, some of the impact is checking conformity with grant regulations and templates. A consultant will easily, oh, you have not followed the template of the financier or the sponsor of this project. Even though your proposal is very good, they've already assigned a template to be used. If you can't follow that template, they may not want to approve your proposal. An expert can also help you to look at the management, the risk, the budget, whether this aligns. Then they can also help you to check for consistency. So a researcher still has to write most of the excellent section, at least the first solid version. Nobody else can do it for you. But when you now need to consult experts, it's for them to help you check. Are you making any mistake? Are you over budgeting or under budgeting? You need a financial expert to look into this. Okay, the consultancy writing professionals, you also need to carefully select your experts. Not everyone that has the play card on their forehead, I'm an expert, is actually an expert. You need to carefully select your expert. Many companies offer such services. You can seek help from such companies. Not all of them are highly reliable. Some can be well experienced, but they are not reliable. You need to ask questions. Some of them also enter as partner. It is good. You can also partner. You also need to look at the project and the management, and how do you disseminate your findings, which conferences the financier wants you to present your findings, which journal would they want you to present or disseminate your findings from the project. Then you look at the exploitation of the business plan. So a successful proposal actually is not a one-man squad. Requires scientists, excellence plus implementation, even require marketing experts. In fact, that is where the proposal work lies. There is no point writing a proposal that, the marketing is poor, and when they give you fund to execute it, the fund cannot execute it because you're under budget. People from the industry also need to come into play, the patenting, the market, the standardization, and all that. Experts in project writing to help you correct the write-up, formatting it into the template, completeness of information provided. Then the evaluation. I want to come to this evaluation proper. You can also evaluate your proposal, because every proposal will go into review process, and those that meet the review criteria can only be successful. Then the evaluators. Writing a successful proposal also involves Tiki as an evaluator. You put on that art, oh, I am like the reviewer of this proposal. You try to catch errors, try to look at poor sentence construction, try to look at the overall outlook, the budget outlook. Am I over budgeting? Am I under budgeting? Am I consistent in my pricing? You need to look at all this. So there's a saying that you should always review it, read it 10 times. Some people say read it 30 times and then also give it to other superiors to read. By the time a community read it, that project or that proposal is more likely to fly. And if offered, you may act as an evaluator, so you will gain access to the evaluator's form. That is why it's good when you are sent a paper for review or proposal for review. Even though it's not your area of expertise, you can try to review it, invite other friends or colleagues to join you to seek opinion. By doing that, you are also learning directly or indirectly. Now, I need to state clearly that the road to a successful proposal is not easy, it's not straight, it's not a straight line. There are ups and downs. At times you can get 10 rejections, but who knows, the 11th proposal might be the ice on the cake, that will win it. So the road is not always straight. If you must write a good proposal that will get an approval and sponsored. So bear that in mind, so that when you write the first time and it failed, you write the second time it failed, then you pack your bag. No, you have to be rugged. You have to be, consistent. You have to be resilient. You have to be determined, knowing fully well that the road can be rough. Having seen this, I want to thank you for taking your time to attend this talk, and the floor is open for questions. But before you ask a question, I need to give the Chinese proverb. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is now. So if you have not been writing proposals as an academy, you need to start now. It is not too late for you to start now, and you can start even with the smaller project. And step by step, one project approved at a time, you can get into the bigger ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abotinemi. The session, your presentation was so impactful. I have learned a lot of things. I jotted down a lot of things. And I know our attendees here have lots of questions. So we'll go right straight into the questions. So I would, because of time, we'll take 4 questions. For the sake of inclusivity, we'll have 2 males, 2 females. So please, if you have a question, you raise up your hand, and then I would then select from there. So I see Dr. Deborah Ayeni. You have a question, so I'm going to unmute you, and then you can ask your question. Dr. Deborah Ayeni, please, you have the floor. Dr. Deborah Ayeni, you can unmute yourself. I have given you permission to unmute yourself and then ask your question. If Dr. Deborah is not there, Mary Ambassador, I want to believe that's EMB. Mary Onyeyere, please, you can ask your question, unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you so much, our moderator. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. My own major take is this. I have never written a research proposal. It's a whole new ball game for somebody like me. I'm also a newcomer with the age group. I would have loved a situation whereby after each of the presentation about this concept note writing or proposal writing, we have a sample so that somebody like us that have never written before will be able to have a sample on how to write it, because every of the presenters say almost the same thing, but I will want to have a sample to look into, like a dummy, to see how really it is, because I'm only seeing the factors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deborah.
Yeah.
Let's say what the eye sees, it retains for a very long time. So that's taking. I want to believe, Dr. Deborah, you're there? Are you there?
Yes, I'm there. I'm there. Good morning.
Okay, please, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much. Good morning, madam, and good morning, our dear doc that presented to us. I am so happy for what you have said. I'm a doctor of business education, and you talk about projects. So what I want to ask you, sir, is how to identify projects and the sponsors. This is where my question lies. Thank you, sir.
How to identify projects and sponsors.
The project and the sponsors.
Invariably, you are talking about opportunities, okay? That's taken. Thank you. So,
yes, exactly. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Deborah. I have to be male sensitive. Festus, Festus Mos Onipede, you can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Good morning, everyone.
Festus. Okay.
Festus Moses Onikwede. The presentation was so interesting. Thanks to the presenter for this wonderful eye-opening presentation. My question now is that for those of us in humanity, are we going to follow this general procedure for proposal writing, or is there any possibility of having the specific specification for those of us in humanity to follow? That's just my question. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Festus. And then we have Dr. Cornelius Dezungwe. You have the floor. Unmute yourself and then ask your question. Dr. Wanan Cornelius Dezungwe.
Yes,
you have the floor.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Yes, I want to say a big thank you to the presenter. My question is, I used to see some advert. I have not written also before. I see some, they write call for research proposal, some research project. I want to ask, what is the difference between research proposal and research project? Thank you.
Your question, difference between research proposal and research projects.
Yes,
Dr. Abotiname, we're going to bring you up now to attempt the questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone that asked questions, and those that have not asked, maybe they will still ask. These are very nice questions. Let me start with the one that say, how do I know the call and the sponsors, the funders, and all that? Usually they are advertised. For instance, recently, I think 10th Fund in Nigeria advertise call for proposals. Some are usually published in newspapers, some in online outlets. So that is why it's also good to have a team. Uh, if you do not hear yourself, one of your team members may hear about it or may know about it and can give you the information. Usually the courses are published online and in websites of most of those organizations or companies or labs, they publish them. And when it is published, it is your job as a researcher to look at it critically and to see which aspect fit into your research interest. Then you can tailor your proposal to that aspect. But like I mentioned during the presentation, you don't write what you want to write to give to the sponsor or to the company. It's what they want. You need to tailor it to what they want, their interests, because they are not really interested in your work. They are interested in their own objective, you know. They want to meet particular targets. They want to solve a particular problem that will be beneficial to them in terms of bringing more money or so. So, and they need experts to execute it. That is why they are calling for experts to submit proposal. So you need to write it and tailor it to their interests. And you can get information online from publications and even from activities like this. Like as you are here now, this forum age is also giving out information about research costs for proposals and all. So you can double your search. Even with your university, there is a unit, they call it research and innovation or research and standardization. Whichever name your university call it, there's a research department where you can always get calls from international bodies, from local bodies, and different research that are open for bidding. So you, as a researcher, you can bid for such a project. Then someone asked a question I have not written before. So how do I start writing? Is there a template? What I have given, because this is a general audience, or we have so many specialties participating in this conference. It's not only restricted to social sciences or behavioral sciences or engineering. So I try to give a general outlook, which is not tailored to any discipline, but ideally these features are common to every proposal. So usually you have to uh, use the template, because most people that advertise or give a call for a proposal, they always give a template that you must follow, because that template helps them to moderate and also ease the review process. So you need to align your proposal, and format it properly in that template and follow the rules of the template. That is very, very key. Because some can give you an abstract, oh, your abstract should not be more than 200 words. Some can say, oh, your abstract can be 100 words. Some can even say your abstract can be 500 words. So you need to follow it. Following the template alone, is one step closer to getting it. So, it's not something you write on your own, especially for a first timer. You can seek, the support of those who have been writing before, your elderly colleague or your senior colleagues in your department or in your faculty. You can seek their services or their support. And that is why I mentioned in the presentation, as PhD students, since you are facing your PhD work, you do not have enough time to write proposal, you can join as a supporting club. Anytime your department or your professors are writing proposals, you join them. Even if it's a session, you join them to write. By doing so, you are learning, so that after you have graduated from your PhD, you already have the rudiments or the requirements how to write a proposal. You already have the picture how a proposal look like. So it's not too late for you to start today. You can ask your senior colleagues or even from other faculty, from other departments, how they write proposals. Do they have a template to share, just to have an overview? Then there is a difference between a research proposal and research grant. It all depends on the team. You know, some companies can say, okay, this is a research grant. They want to solve a particular problem, and this is the amount of money allotted to it. Then some can call it a research proposal, you know. I don't know how to explain the differences clearly, but there's also a very strong interconnection between the two. Both of them are not totally different, but they only have some peculiarities depending on the specifics of the call. If I can remember the last question where, I don't know, someone can remind me. Okay, someone asked a question. The project, a proposal was rejected before now, whether they can submit it to another organization. Is good, you can submit it, but usually when the proposal is rejected, they normally give feedback from the reviewers. So you shouldn't just submit it to another organization as it were at the beginning. You have to use those feedback to improve on it and also give it to senior colleagues to read through it. What were your challenges? What were your shortcomings? Then you try to improve it significantly before you can send it to another organization. And mind you, don't just send proposal to any organization. It has to be in the line of their interest, what they want and what they want people to write on. So you don't just write any proposal sent to an organization. If it does not meet their area of focus or their area of interest, it will be rejected automatically. So I don't know if I have answered the questions, or if there's anyone I am missing, I'll be ready to give an answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Abotiname. You have tried your best to answer the question. So I saw some other persons who have raised your hands. Please type in your question. Yeah, you please type in your questions. If you still have any question, type in your question on the Q&A. The second session has to start immediately. So we appreciate you, Dr. Abotiname, for your time again. And thank you for having me. The questions will be attended to and then sent back to the attendees. Thank you very much. Age Secretary, I hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abotiname Lucky Moise, for that powerful technical session on mastering the art of writing research proposals. Thank you so much. That was quite explicit and we enjoyed it. And also, of course, thank you, Dr. Nancy Nzelu, for the perfect moderation. It's a pleasure to have you, Ma. Thank you, and we appreciate you. Just like Dr. Nancy said, we'll make progress at once with the next speaker. She has already been on the call for a while waiting. So we'll not waste further time, so we'll just make progress now. Before I bring her up, we're going to have technical session 3 on empowering open science and digital innovation, building resilient research communities across Africa. And we are going to be having Dr. Anelda van der Waalt, who is a founder and strategic leader at Telarify, as a lead speaker. But before I give her the platform, I would love to read her citation so that we get to know her better. Anelda van der Waalt is a prominent leader in digital and computational literacy with over 2 decades of experience advancing open science and fostering research communities across Africa. With a foundation in bioinformatics, she has built a career at the intersection of academia, civil society, and industry, equipping researchers with the skills to harness data and computational tools effectively. As a founder of Telarify, Anelda has spearheaded transformative initiatives across the continent, emphasizing the accessibility of complex technologies to diverse audiences while tailoring resources to fit African context. Her expertise spans open science advocacy, research, software engineering, and community building. She has been a pivotal force behind communities of practice such as the Carpentries, RSSE Africa, the Digital Humanities and Computational Social Sciences Community of South Africa, and the AfriMap community. Globally, she has contributed to advancing research software engineering with a focus on the unique challenges and opportunities of computational research in the global south. Anelda's leadership is marked by a steadfast commitment to equitable access to knowledge and tools. She bridges diverse communities, championing open data, open educational resources, and open source software through Talarify. She has enabled researchers across Africa to connect with international networks, thereby contributing to a more inclusive and impactful global research ecosystem. Her expertise includes developing customized training programs, mentoring researchers across career stages, and creating innovative tools for data visualization and communication. Anelda's work spans leading large-scale capacity development projects, mentoring emerging scientists, and influencing global conversations on research infrastructure. Her dedication to knowledge sharing and collaboration continues to empower research communities worldwide. More about her impactful work can be found at Talarify or via our Orchid profile, which showcases her contributions to the global open science movement. Distinguished professors, doctors, ladies and gentlemen in the house, please kindly join me as we bring on board our facilitator for the technical session 2, in the person of Anelda van der Watt. You are welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, colleagues. Thank you so much for the introduction. Hope, I don't know, but I had to take a sip of water after that mouthful. So thank you very much for the kind introduction. And thank you so much to the organizers who've invited me. I really appreciate being here, Dr. Watsani Dada, for the invitation. I was excited to see that Open Science is getting a space on the virtual stage increasingly in Africa. So what I'm going to be doing today is hopefully give you a more accessible picture of the work that I've been involved in, making it a bit more human and relatable than the introduction was. And I look forward to seeing also how you can tie the information that we'll be sharing in this session with information that you've been receiving and conversations that you've been having in the previous 2 days and during the workshops and the first day of conference sessions as well. It sounds like you've been having a fantastic time and already have been innovating, and I hope that the resources and the information that I'll be sharing will also be relevant to what you've been talking to before, and also enhance the work that you've already been doing in this conference and before, and that will what you will be doing after. I'm going to share my screen. Just one moment. Let's see if technology allows us to. And then you can maybe just tell me if you can see my screen now. Is it good? Can we go?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. So colleagues, it's, as I said, it's a great privilege for me to join you on the virtual stage today. And I hope I can provide some useful pointers and empower you to start critical conversations about open science, specifically in the digital innovation space and in your context. I really, really want to encourage you to ask questions, critique the information I'll be sharing, and make suggestions about the way forward throughout my presentation. I'm much more comfortable having one-on-one conversations, trying to tailor information that is available to everyone's specific need. But I was also really excited when Dr. Wazani was telling me that we've had such a wonderful response to this conference and that there's so many people in the audience. So some of the information might be more relatable, some of it might be more foreign, some of it are discipline specific, but some of it is quite generic. And I really, really would like to encourage you to ask those questions that might make the information more useful to you in the short term. And I will aim to answer the questions. Even I know we're running behind schedule already, but not to worry, because if the organizers don't mind sharing those questions with me afterwards, I'm also happy to answer them and share them back in other formats. So a little bit about me. Oh, I just want to say, first of all, the presentation is already available online. You can use this QR code to access it. To be honest, I didn't test the QR code, so I hope it works. But you can access the presentation at this link or at this QR code, all things being equal. And then follow along on your own device or use the presentation afterward. I've included quite a bit of links that might not be that visible on the screen as I go through the presentation. So getting a little bit to me and my windy road to where I am today. I completed a master's degree in bioinformatics at the University of the Western Cape in South Africa exactly 20 years ago. So you might think I look like a European, but I am South African. I am African. I have lived only in Africa. I have worked only in Africa, and I have studied only in Africa. My family are all in Africa, both sides of my mother and father. So yes, I hope that you will see throughout the work that we're presenting as well, that there's a lot of really good things that's coming out of Africa, and that's also being developed here and African-led. So 20 years ago, I completed my master's in bioinformatics, after which I spent some time as a bioinformatician in South Africa. Between 2010 and 2014, I took a break from science and academia and traveled for 6 months through Southern and East Africa before embarking on my life as a dairy farmer. And those 6 months in Southern and Eastern Africa was some of the best times of my life. And I hope that I will have a chance again to spend that much time on the rest of the continent. Luckily, I've been back to Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Mauritius, and I'm sure a few other places, Malawi, Kenya, since then. So 4 years after leaving science, I was lucky to return as a bioinformatician and continue to work as a lead bioinformatician at a research center. During this time, I became acutely aware for the need of the need for support and training in digital research infrastructure. At the same time, the University of Cape Town in South Africa, the IT department established the first e-research center on the continent to enhance collaboration between research and IT and provide better support to especially data-intensive research. At that stage, I left my position as a bioinformatician and joined UCT eResearch as an eResearch analyst, acting as a bridge and a translator between IT and research across various disciplines. And I'm sure that you will also be able to relate to the need for better communication between infrastructure and service providers and researchers who need to apply those skills and resources to improve their research, and also for innovation. My most acute realization in this position was that I could identify solutions from one discipline that could be implemented in another. So at this time, I was no longer only working in bioinformatics, but I started working in humanities, engineering, computer science, health, public health, and various other disciplines. And I was able to identify transferable solutions and also shared challenges across these disciplines. Because research is so often so siloed, without someone like me who works across disciplines, they may never have found out about these opportunities for collaboration and sharing of solutions, ideas, and lessons learned. So for those of you who are in the audience, there's a case to be made for deep understanding of specific disciplines, and there's definitely a case to be made for working across disciplines. If you find that that you're too curious about other disciplines, there's definitely lots of scope to work in interdisciplinary spaces these days. In 2015, I founded Thought-provoking. Thought-provoking is a South African-based consulting and training company, and our past and present projects mainly revolve around designing and implementing large-scale capacity development programs in digital and computational research. We support our clients and collaborators through interdisciplinary innovation, and everything we do is heavily based on open science practices. You might be wondering why I'm talking about open science and digital innovation today. The phrase open science has become more prominent over the last few years for a number of reasons. Some of you might be familiar with terminology like the reproducibility crisis. There's been several papers published about how research papers are not reproducible. And with reproducibility, we mean that if someone takes your data and someone takes the steps that you took to get to your results and your interpretation of the data, they should be able to get to the same answer. But what has been found through numerous reproducibility studies, it's very, very seldom possible to reproduce any research. And most of it is based on the fact that the steps are not published comprehensively, the data might not be available, even things like the versions of software that was used and relevant things were like that are not included in publications. And for various reasons, again, these might be because of the sorry, I see Veronica has her hand raised. I don't know for our facilitator if Veronica should ask a question now, or if she should maybe ask a question in the chat. Okay, you're welcome to put your question in the Q&A. Another reason is access to knowledge. So open access publishing and data sharing has broadened participation and can democratize knowledge so that we can include not only researchers and scientists in the discovery and innovation process, but also the broader society. In terms of innovation and collaboration, sharing ideas, data, and tools foster faster discovery and interdisciplinary efforts. And with all of this has become possible because of technological advances. Now, I must say, I was attending the Open Science in the South conference, which took place in Cape Town last week. And we heard it was a fantastic conference. I met so many people from specifically Francophone and Lusophone Africa. And it was really, really heartbreaking to hear that people were still saying that, yes, online, like everything has gone online, and specifically after the COVID pandemic, but that people are still really struggling with internet and electricity problems. So when we think about open science, there's definitely a need for people from all contexts to be involved in these conversations. And you'll see I'm going to call on you a lot to participate and make your voices heard, so that the open science movement can speak to your problems and your realities and address those. And then there's also been public demand for transparency. Open practices are able to ensure accountability for publicly funded research, and in that way also can increase trust. The broader impact and cultural shift has come about because of factors such as funding support. Many major agencies now require open access and incentivize adoption of open science. Global challenges like open sharing, like the pandemics and climate change, is really supported through open science. Ethical imperatives, so promoting equity, inclusivity, and broader societal benefits from science. A cultural change through new recognition systems that values openness and reproducibility over traditional metrics. And again, in the conference that I attended yesterday, we were talking about the reality of universities and the academic system still in the end valuing the traditional metrics, a paper in a high impact journal factor above all, and how much change there is still needed for open science and open science practices to really be able to be adopted in the academic spaces so that researchers can get the credit that they deserve. And then, of course, lessons from crises like the COVID-19, which highlighted the value of open science in emergencies. So I want to pause for a moment and I want to ask you to dream with me of a world where every scientist, student, and innovator in Africa has access to the tools, data, and collaborations they need to solve our biggest challenges. Just for a moment, imagine that we could create that world through the lessons that we've learned in the past and by embracing open science practices. With what we'll discuss here today, I hope you'll be able to identify opportunities that open science brings that can make this dream a reality. But I also want to empower you to critique the open science movement and help shape it to bring the change you want to see in your context and realities. If we don't understand the open science movement well, we can't engage in critical conversations and impact policies, principles, and practices, as well as infrastructure. We need to hear your voices in open science conversations. Only then will open science achieve the ambitious goals set through the UNESCO recommendations for open science adopted by all member countries, including every African country. So a little bit about how I got to where I am. And I hope that if there are students in the room or early career researchers, that my dreams and my journey is relatable and can also inspire you to share with family members who may or may not have academic qualifications, children, the youngsters who are still embarking on their journeys, and even some of the older folks who are looking for new opportunities. Through the story, I hope I can illustrate the power of open science. So as a young girl, I dreamt of being a doctor, I think from at least the age of 7. I worked hard. I was a very diligent student. I worked hard and I studied hard, but I wasn't accepted into medical school, to my great surprise and disappointment. I applied for medical school for 6 years in a row, but still couldn't get in. In the meantime, I started to study for a Bachelor of Science degree with microbiology, biochemistry, and genetics as majors, hoping that that would have gotten me into medical school. It did, but by the time I got into medical school, I decided I'm too old. I'm not starting as a first year now, so I'm just going to continue with what I've started. So I did my honors in genetics and started looking for the next step, but was very unsure about what to do. I was interested in computers. I'm talking about in 2002 now. So yes, the computers were around. And I was interested in life sciences. But at that time, you had to choose between working or studying in life sciences or working and studying in computer sciences. By chance, I met a professor of computer science at the University of the Western Cape, which is surprisingly one of the universities classified as a historically disadvantaged institute due to the history of South Africa. So it wasn't the most prestigious university at the time. He told me about a new program being developed at the South African National Bioinformatics Institute on campus, a degree that combines life sciences and computers. They were just recruiting their second intake of the first master's degree in bioinformatics on the continent, as far as I know. I was lucky to be accepted into the program, one of 5 students. And I started dreaming of creating a company during this time. I don't even know why that dream came about, but I was just thinking, I think I can do a company. I can come up with something innovative. At this time, I was in my early 20s, and my life took many twists and turns before I finally founded Telarify 12 years later. During my master's studies, I learned about various aspects of open science, including open source software, open educational resources, interdisciplinarity, data sharing, the power of digital research infrastructure, and much, much, much more. For my master's project, I developed a prototype visualization tool for integrating different types of HIV data, immunology, virology, and genomic data. The base code was developed by colleagues in the United States and was used in model organism genome visualization, so much larger scale than HIV, but my supervisor had the vision that we could adopt and adapt the open source code for our purposes. I learned the value of building on top of what exists rather than starting from scratch. And I also learned about contributing back to projects that I use in my own work. 20 years later, I'm teaching those same principles to researchers worldwide through my company. I have even taught medical doctors how to analyze their data. Life is a strange way of getting you to the right place at the right time. Over the 10 years of Telarify, I have created employment for others, have had the opportunity to work across sectors, including government, academia, and industry, and continue to learn and grow as part of my open science communities. As a small enterprise, I could access free and open source software and educational content to get my company going. Because of open access publishing, I'm able to access scholarly works to base my research and solutions on. And everything I've published has been in open access journals to ensure my work can be of immediate benefit to others again, even if they are not affiliated with affluent research institutions. My story isn't about a glamorous startup with huge venture capital behind it. Neither is it about a company that created thousands of jobs. But we have reached thousands of researchers and postgraduate students like yourself across the continent, and we have changed some people's lives by opening up opportunities, resources, and communities where they can grow, learn, and innovate. So let's take a step back and explore what open science really is. Maybe I can also just ask, how much time do we have? I know we started a little bit late, so I just don't want to be caught getting too excited about what I want to say and being not getting through the presentation. If Hope can maybe just tell me how much time do I have?
All right. We have about let's just say 10 minutes more. I don't know if that's too small.
It's fine because all the resources that I wanted to go through is shared in the presentation. So even if we don't get through everything, then people still have access to it. So right. I'll speed up a little bit.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So I think what's most important about open science and knowing about why open science is important to you is because of the UNESCO Declaration. So UNESCO has, like all the African countries are members of UNESCO, and they've adopted these UNESCO recommendations on open science. And these open science is a set of principles and practices that aim to make scientific research from all fields accessible to everyone for the benefit of scientists, and society as a whole. It's also about making the process of science open to a broader set of community members. So these these recommendations were adopted just over 3 years ago in November 2021 at the General Conference of the UNESCO. And it underscores the importance of open science as a tool to improve the quality and accessibility of both scientific outputs and the scientific process, to bridge the science and technology innovation gaps between and within countries, and to fulfill the human right of access to science. And I think this is really what it boils down to, is the human right to access to science. According to, well, you can read the slide, but according to the UNESCO recommendations, open science should increase scientific collaboration and sharing for the benefit of science and society. Importantly, it should make multilingual scientific knowledge openly available, accessible, and reusable. And I'm sure in the audience, I see there's now 263 people in the audience. We have a wide representation of languages, and definitely languages that are not available in the scientific literature yet. So you might be excited to know that later on in the slides, I'll be sharing some resources for around African languages as well. Okay. Let me quickly then cover this. So the many people might think, and when I speak to people about open science movement, I'm always surprised to hear that the main conversation is still around open access publishing and sometimes about open data. But you'll be excited to know that open science is about so much more. And there's so many ways in which you can get involved, start benefiting, start contributing, and start applying those practices in your work, even if you're not yet able to publish openly, or if you're not in a position to make your data available. So the UNESCO recommendations, again, which I'll refer to several times, have divided these open science recommendations into 4 pillars. The first one being open scientific knowledge, which includes scientific publications, open research data, open educational resources, open source software and source code, and open hardware. And I'm talking a little bit more about that later on. The second pillar is open science infrastructure, and this includes both virtual infrastructure, cloud-based infrastructure, as well as physical infrastructure, the research equipment that we use to generate our data with. The third pillar is open engagement of societal actors. And here we are talking about citizen and participatory science. You can see that this already brings to the fore the expansion of the research process to include non-academics, scientific volunteering, crowdsourcing, and crowdfunding. And finally, the fourth pillar being open dialogue with other knowledge systems. And here we're looking specifically at including and protecting Indigenous peoples, marginalized scholars, and local communities. So I was speaking to colleagues of mine the past week. We were busy developing a new open science workshop for specifically in the omics space. And I was saying that I want to create a visualization that people can remember when they think about where to start with open science. And I think it's important to know that already that open science is so vast that you can easily be overwhelmed, and then you can also easily feel a little bit threatened or resistant towards how open science is sold to you or promoted to you. But I can guarantee you that there are open science practices that can help you as an individual researcher, as an individual student, even without having to worry about, am I going to share my data? Do I have money to publish in an open access journal? There are very, very small changes that you can make to make your science more open to yourself, which means that you can build on your own work, save time, be more confident in your results. And by doing things for yourself, by applying some of these open access, open science practices in your own work for yourself, you're already setting yourself up for better collaboration. And when you get to the point where you are able to share your work openly, or where you have the confidence, or where you have to do it because a funder or a publisher is saying that now you have to share your data if you want to publish with us, or now you have to share your data because we funded the data generation process. By implementing those small changes in your own work for yourself, you'll be ready to open it up to other people when the time comes. So I think we're very familiar with the life cycle of a tree. And so the little seedling, the little seed that's just starting to grow and starting to make a little plant, that is where you can apply open science practices in your own work. And as you grow in your open science practices and confidence, you can start to collaborate with people in your immediate vicinity, maybe a fellow student who's at the same level of learning and implementing and adopting open science practices, maybe in your research group, maybe in your department or your faculty. So there are many ways in which you can touch the work of researchers within your vicinity, within your immediate environment, without still making your data accessible or making your work open to scrutiny or scooping or reusing by the broader research community. And then growing your confidence, understanding the benefits, the pitfalls of open science, it becomes much, much, much easier to also make that open for others. So some examples of how you can publish or how you can adopt open science practices in your own work. I'm listing them here, and I know you've got access to the presentation now, so you can also go and click on these links. You can publish your paper as a preprint, even when it hasn't been published in a journal yet. And the link that I share there is the Open Policy Finder. And here you can go and look at what is the policy of the journal where you submitted your paper to about publishing in preprints, on preprint servers. And many of the publishers allow to publish your paper on a preprint server at the point of submission, at the point of acceptance, or at the point of publication, or even at any of those points. There are so many data sources that you can look at and reuse. But here I want to talk about specifically metadata. When you are creating data, make sure that you take note of how you created the data. What was the samples from? What was the conditions under which you generated the data? What date, what time, what's the weather, depending on your discipline, of course. Who did it come from? And those pieces of data is called metadata. And metadata allows you to understand your data better in future, to reuse your own data for future projects. If you're a researcher, for your students to reuse it, for honors, masters, PhD students to use data that has been generated within your lab confidently. But it also empowers you to open that up to the broader community later on, should that be the right thing to do. I'm going to skip along because you can read those slides and the links are there. And then I just simply provide some information here about how it could benefit others if you start using your, if you start implementing open science practices in your own work. The beauty of open science is also that it's a circular economy. You can not only put out your work into the open science, into the science community, scientific community, but because of open science, you get access to so much. You get access to data, you get access to publications, you get access to software, to educational resources. And if you are at a point in your journey where you're not ready to share any of your work in any way yet, then at least start using other open resources and get the feeling of benefiting from work that other people created that are now openly licensed and available for you to reuse in different contexts, in different ways. And very soon, I'm very sure you will start to appreciate that and want to contribute back and see the benefit also of creating your own resources and data and publications in open access. The open science journey might seem meandering, if we can say it like that, but don't lose hope if you feel overwhelmed, if you're feeling lost, if you're trying something, if you learn about something that don't seem relevant to your context. UNESCO recommendations were only adopted 3 years ago. It's a very short time for a very big change. So try things, speak to people, and just carry on, try something new, learn about something new, become part of communities of practice where we can take this journey together. As they say, the journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. Just take one step and you'll be on the journey with the rest of the open science community. So there's a lot of things happening on the continent already. I'm listing some of them here, high-level policies around open science. There's open data repositories, there's open hardware communities, there's fantastic grassroots initiatives. And actually, even as I was joining this meeting this morning, I realized there's so many things that I'm not mentioning. So I'm really hoping that you've got lots of questions so that I can point you to other resources that I'm not mentioning here. Funding is starting to become available for open science activities. There's lots of opportunities for open access publishing. There's open infrastructure that you can get access to for your own research purposes. And then loads of events, both online and in person across the continent. So I'm going to highlight a few initiatives. The probably most high-level open science initiative on the continent at the moment is the African Open Science Platform. This initiative has been supported by the South African government, along with the International Science Council, Code Delta, the Academy of Science of South Africa, and other prominent regional networks. And they have recently appointed 3 nodes, and there will be a lot of development happening across these nodes, who will be responsible for also growing networks within their regions. I also understand that they will be appointing a West Africa node and a Central African node in due course. So the African Open Science Platform, I do share the website there. You're welcome to take a look at those pages and also join the community. A very beautiful example of how open science has made great strides on the continent is the H3 Africa and the H3A Bionet project. This is a project that was established in 2010, was funded through the National Institute of Health and the Wellcome Trust, and had more than 51 African projects across all those I don't list them, across a wide range of health, hereditary, and human related research questions. It's an absolutely fantastic project. There's lots of resources that they share. They've created great networks around genomics on the African continent. I think over 30 African countries were part of the project. And there is new developments in the bioinformatics and the genomic space. The Wellcome Trust and Chan Zuckerberg Initiative recently announced the funding of an African Bioinformatics Institute, ABI, which is just under development. And if you're interested in that, I can also share some links to the African Bioinformatics Institute. And then there is the Data Science Initiative of Africa that relates to health as well as DSI Africa, which I can also put you in touch with, which relates to health. Deep learning Indaba, AI, if you're interested in AI and machine learning for Africa, by Africans, the Deep Learning Indaba is the community that you should take a look at. And then, as I mentioned, and as we also saw in the Open Science Conference in Cape Town last week, multilingualism is a big thing, and on the African continent, a very much neglected field. So I wanted to share with you Masakane, LAN Africa, and the work of the South African Center for Digital Language Resources in terms of creating more resources for African local languages to make research accessible to the broader public, but also to allow researchers to publish in their native languages. There's so much happening in terms of open access publishing. I list a few there, and there's much, much more. Open data resources, for those of you who want to do research but don't have funding yet to develop data, as we heard from the first speaker, to create project proposals, go and look in these databases. You can reuse these databases, the data from these databases, to start some small projects that can help you to get funding for bigger projects and generating your own data. Open software, open educational resources. There's so much happening for free, all times of the day, across many continents, many different languages. Don't miss out. African open hardware. Okay, I'm on my last slide, I think. So it might seem like a big tangle at the moment, but I hope by getting involved in more of these conversations that it will be possible for you to also detangle the open science landscape and find the nuggets of useful information that you can use, resources, communities that you can join and start applying that in your work. So I want to leave you with one question. What is the one thing that you will do after today's presentation in terms of open science? And I look forward to seeing you in our communities going forward. Look forward to continuing conversations. And just again, thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me to share this resources and initiatives with your audience as well. Thank you very, very much for your time. I don't know if there's time for questions now, but let's see. Let's hear from her.
Yes, thank you thank you so much. It's time for questions now. Please, if you have questions, let's kindly raise our hands as usual, so that will give us the platform to speak up. Okay, Dr. Abiodun, please go ahead with your question.
I want to appreciate Dr. Anelda van der Walt, the founder of Talarivar. I want to ask, can we really empower open science and digital innovation through our primary education? My question again is, how can we have effective empowering open science and digital innovation at our primary education? Most of the time, we always look at the higher education. We sometimes or seldomly look at that secondary education, but we always forget the primary. And when you talk of foundation, foundation is the most important thing in life. Even the Holy Scripture buttress the fact that if the foundation is destroyed, what can the righteous do? So how can we have effective empowering of open science and digital innovation at primary education? Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, ma. Okay, you were on mute.
I'm so sorry.
Should I roll out all the questions and you answer at once, or you prefer to pick it one after the other?
Let's get a few questions, then I know how to manage the time.
All right, all right. Okay. Also, we have Dr. Anderson. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, thank you for granting me the opportunity to ask my question. Thank you, Anelda van der Walt, for your nice presentation. I was very happy to learn about you and what you did. And based on your trip in many African countries, how low developing countries can contribute to open science? Thank you.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you so much for the question. Also, Olufumilayo Aminu, please go ahead and ask the question, ma'am.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I just want to ask, are there commercial preprint servers and non-commercial preprint server? What's the difference between the two? That's my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So lastly, we're going to pick, we're going to have Jimo Fatima. Please go ahead with your question now.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. So please, I just want to ask, like, what does it take to be a bioinformatician? What are the processes for somebody that aspires to be one? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please, you can go ahead with your responses now.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your wonderful questions. So I'll start by addressing the question about primary education. Yes, I love your question because it's already thinking further than what most people are thinking about in terms of open science. So I think there's so many ways in which we can make sure that primary education are also benefiting from open science. But my most immediate idea comes to the idea of open educational resources. There are wonderful, wonderful textbooks, storybooks, visualizations, recordings, all kinds of resources that can be used in teaching. So even for teachers who might not have access to a lot of resources, these open educational resources are available. And in many cases, there are resources that are being made available under open educational resources specifically for low resource environments. And I'm not very good with typing and talking at the same time. So if I take a breath, I'm going to share in the chat with you a link to Open Education for a Better World, or you're welcome to Google that, Open Education for a Better World. I think there's some work being done in terms of bringing specifically open education to younger audiences as well. But I can think a little bit about that. Furthermore, at a young age, I know we were trialing coding workshops in South Africa at the primary level of education. And there are wonderful, wonderful open hardware that are not too expensive. As well, like the Raspberry Pis and the microbit and some other little computers, small little computers that are programmable via open source software that is image-based. So it's not code in the way that you might think of code, but it's more accessible to teaching children to code, to program. And all of those tools are freely available and open source and very, very cost efficient. So coding, open hardware, and I think I'm running so badly out of time, but there's many ways in which primary education can benefit. But for primary education to benefit, primary educators should know about the open science movement and the resources that are created there. And for that, we need to talk about open science a whole lot more in our institutions and beyond our institutions. The second question was, how can low developed countries contribute to open science? Again, open science offers access to free and open source software that are alternatives to the very expensive data analysis software with high licensing costs like R and Python. There are open educational resources. There's a lot of things that you can do that doesn't have to cost a lot of money. To share data is probably a costly effort because you need a place where that data can be stored, can be made available. You need time to make the data more available. But before you even get to do the big things in open science that you can do, there are small things that shouldn't cost money that can enhance your open science practices and can really make you part of the open science conversation. There's also lots of opportunities to collaboratively apply for funding proposals. So if you are in a low resource country, don't think open science isn't for you. There is definitely opportunities for you to contribute, to benefit from, and to participate. I don't know too much about commercial and non-commercial preprint service, so I'm going to have to defer that question to one of my colleagues who knows more about commercial and non-commercial preprint service. So apologies for not being able to address that one. And then in terms of being a bioinformatician, Jimo, I wonder if you perhaps would like to send me an email. My email address is on that presentation as well. And I can hear a little bit about where you are based, what your background is, and make more specific suggestions. But these days, there are many virtual and in-person study opportunities for bioinformatics in Africa. And I'm sure we can connect you with people who can provide better information. Would that be sufficient? Shall I stop there?
Yes, I believe that answered lots of the questions. That was a wonderful presentation and response. Thank you. We don't want to waste further time. We still have other questions. I would suggest you kindly drop the links in the chat box so that they can access all those programs we're talking about, the sites. They can easily go there and have access to them. I think that would answer most of their questions because we actually really need to make progress. And with that, I would say thank you so much to the global Anelda van der Wacht. It feels so good to have you on this platform, and the lecture is so amazing. Listening to your lecture, I feel like taking another part along open science data because you actually made it so interesting and loving, and it's something I would really love to be part of. And I must confess, your presence in this conference has brought so much value to it. Thank you so much, and we appreciate your presence, and definitely we hope we'll do more of this in the future with you. Thank you so much, Anelda van der Wacht, leader at Talarify. It's a pleasure to have you, Ma. All right, so moving forward now, we'll move to the next session without having to waste further time. We'll move to the next session we have on our program. We're trying to catch up with time so that we don't get to drag back like we did yesterday. So we move now to the innovative session, and the moderator for this session is going to be Dr. Asabe Omokaro. You're welcome, Ma. Please, you have the floor.
All right. Good morning. Can you see me?
Yes, Ma. You're quite audible and visible, looking very beautiful, Ma, I must say.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Good
Okay, Ma.
morning. Okay, it's just afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I want to welcome each and every one of us to this wonderful session. This is the last day of the conference, and it has been a very, very wonderful, impactful sessions. And by the way, my name is Dr. Asabe Omokaro. I'm a psychiatrist. I work with the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Kaduna. And I really want to appreciate the privilege to be a moderator in this great event. And please, can I share my slide? Enable me to share my slide, Ma.
All right, 1 minute, Ma, please. You should be able to share your slide. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So the next session we are having is going to be a very, very interesting session, the innovative session. And I've been given the privilege to introduce our speaker. I'm going to read his citation. It's quite impressive. Can I say, I was like, wow, what a privilege to be the one that will read the citation of our next speaker. Dr. Wazani Dauda Palnam is a researcher, academic mentor, and life coach, currently serving as a faculty member at the Federal University, Gashua, Nigeria. His illustrious career is marked by over 100 scholarly publications reflecting his unwavering commitment to advancing scientific discourse. Dr. Dauda was ranked number 10 by the Scival Scopus in 2 different fields from biological sciences and agricultural science among 500 prolific authors from 58 different countries in Africa. Dr. Dauda holds esteemed positions, including editorial board membership for Frontiers in Genome Editing, PLOS ONE, Springer Nature, Francis and Elsevier journals. He's recognized for his scholarly eminence. Dr. Dauda also has received accolades and grants from prestigious organizations such as Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, UNESCO, Regeneron, African Phytopathological Society, American Society of Microbiology, Department of Biotechnology, India, World Academy of Science, Italy, Tertiary Education Trust Fund, and prestigious MG Turamalakar Merit Award for Young Scientists in 2022. Due to the significant nature of Dr. Dauda's research findings and his noteworthy achievements, it is unsurprising that he has been offered postdoctoral position in esteemed academic research laboratories at Louisiana State University, USA, Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Israel, Maastricht University in Czech Republic, and Indian Institute of Technology, Mandi, India. His extensive research interests encompass diverse domains, including disease detection, mycotoxicology, agricultural microbiology, genome editing, and bioinformatics. Dr. Dauda's intellectual versatility is further highlighted by his membership in renowned societies, such as American Society for Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, International Society for Computational Biology, International Society for Molecular Plants Microbe Interactions, Society for Applied Microbiology, American Phytopathological Society, American Society for Microbiology, the Nigerian Young Academy, and the Royal Society of Biology, UK. He holds a esteemed title of Fellow of the Society of Plants Research. Dr. Dauda is the Director of Research and Development at the Academic and Grants Writing Conclave. Dr. Dauda has been invited as a keynote speaker at various national and international institutions and conferences, including the UNESCO International Center for Biotechnology in Nsukka, Nigeria, Postdoctoral Academy of Nigeria, National Open University of Nigeria, University of Jos, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Annamalai University, and several others. Dr. Dauda's collaborative endeavors extend globally, fostering intellectual exchange with research groups in leading universities. In essence, he stands as an exemplar of scholarly excellence, illuminating the path of scientific inquiry and leaving an indelible mark on the annals of academia. Dr. Dauda, a dedicated researcher who values the importance of family, is happily married to engineer Deborah Dauda, and together they are blessed with 2 sons. From the foregoing, you can see that our next speaker is very vast, and we are going to harness from the wealth of his knowledge, and you will join me with a clapping ovation to invite Dr. Dauda to the podium. Sir, you have 45 minutes. So from that 45 minutes, we'll give you 38 minutes so that we'll have 7 minutes for questions and answers. All right, thank you, sir. You can have the floor.
All right, yeah, let me share my screen. Okay. Yeah, here we go. All right, I don't know if I'm audible, please.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
All right, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on which part of the world you're joining from. I greet and I welcome all of us in this technical session. Yeah, moving forward without much ado, we've been making good progress, and I want to specifically recognize and appreciate the generous support of the National Open University of Nigeria for granting us this platform to host this conference. The entire
the hosting platform was generously supported, and we have several of their staff who are helping us in anchoring the meeting. So we sincerely appreciate you. Now, moving forward, the 7 steps to scientific innovation. Now, when we say science now, that doesn't really imply, all right, I'm in humanities, what does that have to do with me? Not really. The entire discourse, the entire approach, the entire perspective cuts across all disciplines. The applications, of course, vary. The applications, of course, might differ, but then the principle still follows. It's still the principle. And so when we say this, there are various steps. Now, these 7 steps are 7 steps because they form a very foundational perspective in which everyone, as researchers, our ultimate aim is to find solutions to problems. And that's why if you've listened to all the previous speakers, the discussion has always been looking for problem and solving the problem. And there was this adage, I do say, the head on fire problem. That is, head on fire problem means if, let's say this is a general conference now, right? For those of you, we are, in the past 2 days, we've been over 200, 300 and thereabout. So let's say this number of persons are in a hall, like this is a physical conference now. And in the physical conference, we have panelists, like we have panelists in this session, though virtual. Now, these panelists, let's say, for instance, in that discussion, a woman's hair, that is a woman, a female now, suddenly catches fire. Now, let's say one of the panelists. Now, whatever happens, it doesn't matter who is making the address. It doesn't matter who is speaking. It doesn't matter whoever is or what the person is saying. The whole auditorium or the whole hall will focus on that woman and looking for how to quench the fire. So that is what we call, it's a Hebrew, it's an Israeli adage actually. That's what we call the head on fire problem. And that's the cross of every researcher. And that's the cross, whether you're in health, you're in physical science, social science, engineering, data science, and humanities. So the idea is when you solve small problems, you will get small recognitions. When you solve big problems, you get big recognitions. So that is why you realize people don't just win Nobel laureates suddenly. They are build-up of activities they've done over time. So is it at the micro level. You can't just pull up data, just do anything, incremental research, and just say, yeah, let me just publish it, and it goes. The first question, either from the editorial perspective or the reviewer's perspective, they keep telling you what's the innovation, what's the new, what's different from what has always been available. And so there are steps to these procedures. There are steps to knowing, okay, this activity I'm trying to do, what are the foundational? There are seven steps quite quickly. Number one is observation. Now, innovation actually thrives in diversity, right? The ability to identify a gap, the ability to identify a challenge, the ability to identify an opportunity in either an existing knowledge or something you have personally observed, right? Because now engaging there, and there are different approaches to that, because that's why you find out, for those of you that are conversant with scientific breakthroughs and histories, you realize that most of the inventions that they did were, some of them were really accidental. Some of them, they were actually looking for something else. Then they stumbled on an observation and they decided to pursue that observation, right? So in the first principle is a principle of observation, knowing, and that observation can come either from a primary data source, secondary data source, that is on a different perspective, but on a real life situation, you could be going maybe as a researcher, or you are always coming to school. Each time you drive, you are driving, you are seeing what is going on, and you're able to identify, this is a problem to solve. This is a situation that needs attention. So that is how it actually happens, right? So the first principle is the principle of observation. And that's why you find that technologies such as Internet of Things, using sensors, these are different things that came as a result of observations. And some key things that will form a very good premise for everyone who wants to arm himself, because of course to discuss the detailed principle of observation in this fora, that may not be possible. But then the first thing is to stay curious. You know, when you are not keenly observing your surrounding, when you are always coming and you see you are in the lab, okay, you've already have a predetermined mind of how the experiment is going to be. You've already have a predetermined mind of how the questionnaires and how the interactions are going to be. And especially those in social sciences, someone who say, well, you know, those people in this community, they don't have access to this facility, and so let's just set this type of questionnaire and set it up. After all, the result would tend like that. So when you have that kind of preconceived notion, you can't observe anything significant. You will just be going on in cycles and cycles. And so staying curious, staying, you know, alert at what is happening. You are reading a paper, you are reading a document, you are reading a research paper, being able to spot where are those gaps, what are the missing links. Because you being able to spot these missing links is actually the basic foundation. There are several things that happen after the observation, but the foundation is actually observation. And when you are observing something, there are levels and degrees of observation. There's a superficial observation and there are very intricate observation, right? For instance, now, you could be observing that microplastics in marine ecosystem, you know, these observations that marine biologists have done is what actually has brought the narrations or the innovations like the ocean cleaning robots. You remember the oceanic cleanup projects that is very popular, which use floating systems to collect plastic waste from oceans effectively. And how did they do that? They've observed how the ocean trend and current actually goes. Well, very common example that most of us will be familiar with is the renewable energy. You know, observing, you know, the inefficiencies in different solar systems, even the solar system that is permanent. There could be some limitations to that, and that is what steers up innovations, right? So the second principle after the observation, but before we go to that, two things that I needed to point out. They are qualitative and they are quantitative. Different if you want to start, you know, trying to get a pool of this observation I'm observing, because you have to do it very deeply. If you observe superficially, you know, I've had some persons, you know, even PhD students to say, well, my research, no one have done anything like that. And so, you know, nobody, there is nothing available on the data. Nobody have done anything like that. It's actually not possible, because the whole definition of research itself, search, means you are relooking at what has already been done. So there is actually none of us on this call or anywhere on earth presently that we are actually innovating anything from the scratch. There is always a foundation of which you are building on. So that observation could be from available information to you, right? You know, you remember the penicillin story. The penicillin story is one very common story that many of us are very familiar with, you know, how the observation came about. And Alexander Fleming was, you know, he was just working in the lab and he came across, and we've seen the revolution and the penicillin have done over time. And you could be working with several, maybe an experimental biologist, or you are a human biologist, you are working on, you know, experimental sciences. And for you, that bacteria you are working on or that organism you are working on have these particular features, and you just running the experiment hoping it follows your idea. No, the ability to be open is what gives space for increase and for growth. If someone is boxed in a hall, right? If someone is let's say it's an eagle and they put that eagle in a cage, no matter, the eagle keeps growing. As it grows in height, that cage will limit the growth of that eagle. So is it with our minds as researchers, as innovators, as policymakers. Be open. You see the trend of the global industrial revolution. It is the slide, the image below. the industrial, the mechanization, then we have the electrification, then we have the automation, then we have the 4.0. And now we are tending towards, you know, the AI, which several things are evolving in. And that's why the workshop session in the discussion actually dwelt on that. So have it at the back of your mind and keeping the principle of observation. When you observe and you spot this is a challenge, the next thing to do is not to jump eureka, oh, I found it. No, you may be surprised that thing you are sounding eureka, some people have already done something or might have even finished it, right? I remember a very common story some time ago in my bioinformatics group. We were working on a particular project, and a time came, there was one other organism that were to do some comparative genomics and all that. So we formed the hypothesis and everything, and we started the work. So, you know, okay, this person just go put up the manuscript and all of that. So long story cut short, I think when the fellow eventually in the team now, the person that was working on that particular project, when I asked, okay, just quickly do this before this time, let's try to see how to push it out and all of that. He didn't submit it in time. In fact, and quite honestly, I forgot. Then I think about 6 months or so later, I think I was checking it on Twitter or LinkedIn, I can't remember. And I saw a paper. And when I downloaded that paper, it was as if the guys that did that work saw what we were trying to do and just took everything and published it. Not 100%, but it was literally 80-70%. And that research we did stopped at manuscript. The manuscript is still dumped somewhere. And obviously, I'm not sure we have anything. That's about 2, 3, 4 years back now. So that is how these things happen. Another classical story I still remember, there was a time where we were trying to do this work, and I was trying to form a team, a computer scientist, a machine learning expert. I'm the biologist, and we're trying to develop like an app using the plant microbe interaction to develop, you know, a networking system and all of that. So I found that we were pushing towards that. So I think one of us was a bit busy. Okay, I will get back. He will come back to the team. So we halted the project. A year later, I saw a paper exactly with that idea we were trying to do. So that's why you need to search. You need to look into literature. Don't just jump eureka. I discovered that this thing is like that. You will be surprised some people have already done that. All right. So literature search, you know, for instance, researching historical drought patterns, you know, will lead to developing drought resistance crops like, you know, genetically modified maize and plants and all of that, or humans and all. So before you propose that my observation is important, you must do a literature search on that. And that literature search, the depth at which you go in that literature search determines how deep your foundations will go. You know, because if you just can't, maybe you just check Google Scholar and you just check Google search and you Googled it and you didn't see anything and you went ahead, formed the thesis, maybe give it your PhD student or your clinical, maybe a consultant, you give a clinician to your young trainee to work on. You might eventually waste that person's 3-4 years, because down the line, now let me say this thing before I forget, especially the PhD students that are here. Now, you realize that your PhD lasts for about 3-4 years. In fact, not just PhD students, even projects, you just won a grant, right? That grant you've won was based on an interesting idea. Now, that idea that you have, you will bet me that the lifespan of that project is likely maybe 4 years, 3 years, or 2 years, right? Now, if that project is 5 years, and let's say you are a PhD student is also doing a PhD for 5 years, on year one, that idea is brand. It's interesting. It's maybe the person is working on precision medicine or whatever. You will believe me that 5 years down the line, that topic will no longer be interesting. That's one thing you should know. It will no longer be catchy. It will have been very popular 3 years, 2 years down the line. So the rule of thumb, the hidden trade secret is that before you go so far with that project, do a deep literature search and ensure that your research gap is really a gap, and ensure that your research gap has supporting data, and ensure that your research gap or the gap you are trying to fill, you are really specific about it, and it is really a gap. Because if it is superficial, someone could just stumble on it and do it. And of course, if someone have done it already, especially, that's why you see, like an elder just talked to us about open science publication. That's why you see the proliferation of preprints. The idea behind preprint is that, yeah, this research group have done this work, and before they go through the route of publication, you know, they have to send it. It will take 2-3 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months before the editor will give you a feedback, and the editor will send it to reviewers, and reviewers will keep, you know, I serve in the editorial board. You know, all manner of drama happens at the background. You know, this reviewer will send and different kinds of experiences. Before you know, 6 months, a year has gone. So that's why preprints are there. So the moment you put up something, the manuscript while submitting, you just send it as a preprint, and it's already registered if you've done it, right? So literature observation, keenly and very honestly. Like a classical case I was giving here, the mRNA vaccine during COVID-19. You remember the drive, the all publications, all journals were pushing towards, you know, yeah, we need to do this. And, you know, the speed at which COVID-19 papers were coming up that time, it was just so alarming. And all the quest, like Dr. Rita said yesterday, is the journal publications themselves. Like, I remember that time as an editorial board member and so on, even I also serve as reviewer in some of the journals. From both ends, you will see the pressure. Okay, please quickly attend to this. Let's send it out the moment. No need to really keep it so long. So because they are trying to find out what has worked and what has not worked. So do a literature search. And that's why most professors in developed countries, when you come to their lab, the first thing they give you is to write a review paper on your topic. The idea is they want you to be conversant with what is going on. Yeah. So moving forward, hypothesis. When you've observed, you've checked literature, and that thing is not really, so it's really, no one have looked at that gap. The next is you form your hypothesis. And the rule of thumb for every interesting hypothesis is that it is testable, measurable. It should be grounded in your research, but very importantly, it must be novel. And like Dr. Locke said earlier, ambitious, but yet very feasible. Don't be so ambitious to the point that you loses the realization or the reality of doing that work within that time frame. Next is this is like, for instance, now I put this diagram here, the evolution of the CRISPR, right? So you see how it has evolved over time. Different scientists, this takes it to another level, to the next, to the next. And interestingly, the foundation of the whole bioinformatics discipline, the story, Francisca Mojica, was actually a bioinformatician. He went for his PhD, and when he came back, when you come back as a new lecturer after you finish your PhD, usually there is no big office and all of that. So he was in one small room with his laptop, and he began to, that was how bioinformatics CRISPR-Cas actually began. And of course, it won the Nobel laureate 2023. So that's how these things happen. So experimentation is where you test your hypothesis. Whether this thing, you've done this is your hypothesis. This is your sensible, reasonable guess. That's what hypothesis actually means. It's a sensible, reasonable guess. Basic, and in fact, this definition, I remembered it in SS1. It was in my SS1 biology textbook. That's some few years back, right? So that is the definition I remember was giving, and I realized that definition is the most perfect definition of a hypothesis. A sensible, reasonable guess. It's a guess, but it's sensible, but it's done by someone who is an expert in that field. So next is to design your experimentation. And let me say this here. We may not have time to dwell so much about this experimentation, but this is a fact. in designing of your experiment is more important than even doing the experiment itself. Yes, I've seen students, I've seen researchers, I've seen all manners of stories and experiences from people. You see someone will come, you just go to the lab, begin to pick reagent and begin to run it. Or your supervisor as a PhD student, a master student just gives you a previous questionnaire, you just edit it and just go experiment it and just go do it. No, it's very important to take your time. That's why things like pilot studies are important. Because if everything is, you just go by the flow, there are two things that usually happen. You either end up doing a very incremental research or you hit a rock. Or most of the times, some people, when they hit certain rock, especially students, they just cook up data and find their way out. But the fact is, your experimentation, take your time to plan it, the design, the factorization, the instrumentation, the kind of instrument you are going to use, the facility, the troubleshooting, all those details are very important in your experiment. In social science, experimentation for a social scientist means actually doing the survey or the case might, right? So next is the principle. So you see here in the hypothesis tested, after launching, before the solar panels came into being, there were several things they have to do. Yes, several, materials were tested and tried before they eventually settled down on the current material that is being used. I'm not so specific because this is a general audience and I don't want to be very specific so we don't get lost. So this is very, very important in always design experiment with a clear focus on reproducibility, the fair data principle, right? Accept open science principle to share your protocols and findings transparently. Next is the principle of data. When you are doing your experiment, obviously you'll be collecting data. Data could be a qualitative, quantitative, whatever it is. In your collection of data and your analysis of your data, you should know that sometimes data analysis will now be the facility that will transform those your experimental results into meaningful conclusions and be able to see trends, patterns, flows, and whether your hypothesis is being proven or refuted. And when your hypothesis is being proven or refuted, most of the times, especially graduate students, they just find a way out and pull it. No, whatever hypothesis, if your hypothesis is being proven correctly or not, that doesn't mean you've done wrong science, right? Because that could be something interesting that may be at the corner. So taking time to know data analysis, and I've always said, it doesn't matter whether you are a professor or you are a director or you are, yes, don't be so, let me know, the simple word I can use is, don't delegate the entirety of your data analysis to a pure data scientist. As a scientist, it's important you have at least a generic idea of what the data is. Because if you are not so conversant with everything that data analysis is, that means anything you give the data analyst and he gives you back, that ends it, right? That's why you find someone will do a transcriptomics work, a transcriptomics research, and the person will just publish differential gene expression, upregulated genes, downregulated genes, and that's it. But then, if that researcher, that biologist have some basic bioinformatics, you realize that there are a number of things to roll out from that transcriptomics data. So that is how it happens. The social science, you finish and you just, there's a data analysis and all of that, you give it. Great, you can give it to the data analyst sometimes because some of the data could be quite much. Great, but have a good discussion with the data scientist, if in case you are even going to do it. But have a good discussion, understand what exactly are you looking for, because not every experiment will follow the same data analysis. Yes, they would follow different patterns. So see the patterns, the recognitions, and how it follows, right? When that, for those in business, you find they test their product, minimum viable product, to see the market value and all of that. So that is how it is for researchers also. You don't just go blindly and just hand over the whole data analysis and you are completely blind about what it's involved. There needs to have a good faith of your data, because it is based on your ability to understand your data that you can draw inference and conclusion. And that's the 6th point. Because if you don't have, you could just, yes, it is increasing, decreasing, it's increasing, decreasing here, it's increasing and decreasing here. Why? Have you tried to compare? You are doing an experiment, maybe 6 parameters or 7 parameters. And for you, you just compare and rank all the parameters together. Oh, this thing looks like that, it looks like that, and that's it. But if you have a good understanding of data, you could, that's why data analysis courses is good. You be present. You may not know so much detail about it, but you have faint understanding that no one can just deceive you anyhow, so that is just how it is. That's why you find some professors or some researchers, when people give them data, they take time to look through it and they could tell you whether this, because a lab head, when you are a lab head, that doesn't mean you will know every detail that is going on. You can't, it may not be possible, but at least have an understanding about it, especially data analysis. Yeah. So inference, that's when you can draw great inference, because sometimes if you've not done your data inference correctly, you've not collected your data and you've not been able to make sense of that data correctly, you will likely miss out on some very salient points, right? So that is how it happens. So at this stage, you assess whether your hypothesis has been supported and what new directions the innovations might take. Inference goes beyond simply interpreting data. It involves critical thinking, evaluating the limitations of the studies, and considering the broader implications of the finding. This can't be done when you are naive of data. So one rule of thumb you would leave this discourse with is, I should have basic understanding of data analysis, right? Based on the data analysis, the inference of testing vehicles and all, it's what will make you to know which direction to take. And the 7th and the final point is invention, turning discoveries into world solutions, right? Invention or innovation is where ideas become tangible solutions, for real world deployment. So at this stage, developing of prototypes, developing of apps, maybe you are a mathematician, developing of softwares, of tools, of servers, or whatever you may be ending, but have the perspective of an end in your research. I've said this several times in different fora, and I'll repeat it here. I've realized that when you've gone to the profiles of some faculty members in some developed countries, you could check that you see a professor with his lab, you see the professor's lab, and in the professor's lab, you see they are working on maybe A, B, C, D kind of projects. And maybe in project A, if you decide to open it, it will take you see the different things they've done, you see the paper they've published. Then I've seen it several times. Then you now see that in one of the projects, you see there's a link to another page where they have either developed a product or a service from that project. They've worked on it several times, several PhD students you see that have worked on it, or postdocs and all of that. Then when you open that website, it will now take you to another website of a different company altogether, where sometimes you see the professor as either the CEO or director or whatever, and you find different set of people working on that company as a startup. And, and all of that. So like Professor Simone was talking yesterday, he was actually talking factual of some of those things I was saying. So that's how it happens. So if you don't see the end of service and product and all of it, you would likely just be going on in cycles and cycles. So think service, think product, right? Tesla Supercharge network allows rapid charging, accelerating electric vehicles adoption worldwide. He told us, Professor Simone talked about it yesterday, how Musk came and so all those things those guys are doing, they've adopting these very basic principles to break an even. and to change the landscape of how things are actually done. So ensuring intellectual property protection, sometimes you might want to go through the copyright, knowing your copyright, because when you begin to have your inventions and all, the copywriting begins to come. So you have to really be careful about that. That's a different discussion altogether. But don't forget, as a researcher, as a professor, you are not a businessman, of course, but your principles and your ideas and your innovations, if applied and thinking from the end perspective, will go a long way in shaping the kind of topics you give your students, the kind of project you undertake, and what you do. The time should end after this discussion, where it's just all about you doing and pushing it and graduating, and that ends it. And that's why you find most grants proposals, especially of recent, they emphasize sustainability of the project. What happens when this project ends? That's it. You see the electric car, the future of the electric car, the diagram I just showed, from 1832, where first crude electric vehicles were developed. You see the diagram here, right? For those of you that will fill the feedback forms, you will get some of those those documents here. Now, you see the electric vehicles. You see from 1832, where the first crude electric vehicle were developed, down to 1901, 1912. It goes down to 2000 and, to 2008, where Tesla launched commercial production of, roller coaster, the electric vehicles. In 2008, that's when it actually began. Then you now see the journey here. Then you see the projections. By 2040, electric vehicles are projected to account for 32% of all global automobiles by 2040. If I ask you a simple question, what's your research plan in the next 5 years? The caliber of PhD student, project student, research you are currently doing as an independent researcher, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? What kind of project will you be doing? Do you just give student project, or you just pick up a grant, finish the project, and it ends there? Or do you actually think of the sustainability of this thing? What's the future of all of the things you are doing in your lab? So from innovation, market, key consideration, prototyping, testing, intellectual property preservation, funding. Sometimes you look venture capitalists, some people, angels, or whatever they might be, could come to want to invest in what you are doing. That is it. Market strategy, commercialization of your product, of your produce. And the interesting is that with the evolution of knowledge and how knowledge is becoming very, very democratized, one has no reason, no excuse not to be conversant, not to be knowledgeable. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the take-home I will leave. Scientific innovation is not a linear journey. It's a dynamic process that involves observation, research, experimentation, analysis, and invention. But the innovation process doesn't end with a breakthrough idea. It must be developed into a practical, scalable solution that impacts the world. By following the 7 steps to scientific innovations and pursuing through challenges of commercializing your ideas, you can transform your research into products, services, and technologies that create real change. Whether it is a cutting-edge transportation solution, or a life-saving medical device, or a unique policy system, or a unique app, the world-changing invention could be yours. The key is perseverance. There are times where those experiments will fail. There are times when those things will not work. But perseverance, collaboration, relentless drive to bringing your ideas to life. From every ending comes a new beginning. And I like to close by this. This is my profile. You could connect on LinkedIn. So unto the King, eternal, immortal, invisible, the only wise God, be honor and glory forever and ever. Amen. Thank you so much for listening. I guess we'll have time for questions, interactions, and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, can we give him a round of applause? You can believe me, what I told you earlier, the citations I read, they were not just empty words. but we can see he brought in very simplified, concise, and impactful messages from what he presented to us. I just want to say something. I receive a challenge. That research I'm carrying out, the end is that it should bring a solution to the real world problem. It's not just writing papers. I have 100 publications, 10,000 publications. No, it should bring solution to the real world. So I want to believe from now henceforth, as we are going, we are observing, looking for gaps to fill, to bring inventions that will be solution to the real world problems. I know there are a lot of problems and in all the various fields. And I want to believe from now henceforth, we are going to be more focused. It's not just about quantity, but quality. Thank you very much, Dr. Wazani. It was really, really an insightful presentation. So now, I also want to appreciate the fact that you finished just before time. You were supposed to end this presentation by 12:49, but you were able to finish right on time. So we have 3 extra minutes. That means we have 10 minutes for our questions and answers. So please, it's now time for questions and answers. Okay, about 6 people have raised their hands and want to ask questions. So we are going to take the first 4. Ogunmuyiwa Ola Fui. Ogunmuyiwa. Have I unmute you, please?
Yes, you have, Ma. Probably he couldn't unmute from his end. Maybe we'll make progress with someone else.
Okay. Can we have Nura Isa? Nura Isa. Okay.
Zoom meeting.
So you're not audible. We can't hear you. You're speaking from the background. Right, Isa.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Okay, can we? Yes,
Hello.
sir, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you, please. You can go ahead and ask your question, sir.
It is just now I joined the meeting. Unfortunately, I missed a lot. So, but
Okay, I
I'm
thought you
now.
raised your hand to ask question.
Zoom meeting.
All right, please, can we go to the next person? Ola Nike Badiora. Ola Nike, please, can you go ahead?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
I'm not asking a question. Was my hand raised up?
Yes, I saw your hands raised up. Okay.
All right, Abraham Gambo, please kindly go ahead with your question, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for this privilege. Thank you, our able presenter. My question is about negative results. I think this issue came up since yesterday. There's a problem with in the academia because some academics still did not believe a negative result is also a contribution. And as we write our thesis, we sometimes encounter, we sometimes have such individuals as our supervisors. Now, assuming I did my research, I did everything, my methodology is right, my data is okay, and I ended up with a negative result. And my supervisor did not believe that is a contribution. And at that point, maybe confused what to do. Do you collect more data and rerun everything? Or do you change your objective? And at the same time, you don't want to argue much with your supervisor because he determines whether you proceed or not. In that situation, what would be your advice?
All right, I think I get the question, right? Yeah, Gambo, Mr. Gambo, I think I get the question. Yeah, on questions that has to do with negative result. Of course, you had it from Dr. Ritu yesterday, the Chief Scientific Officer at Springer Nature, where she talked about, of course, this, like there are journal platforms like Discovery and all of that, which publishes those negative results and all. So, but then when it has to do within the context of a graduate student research, whether it is, graduate student means a PhD, but it could even be at master's level or at undergraduate level, a project that you are actually working under your supervisor. So what I will advise and what I do advise you to do is, the result doesn't mean that the experiment have failed. But when you are now having conflict of interest, but that's another discussion altogether. Your supervisor or your professor is felt this shouldn't, he doesn't or she doesn't believe this thing should be pressed further. Then the quick thing to do, the advice I encourage people is, while you keep your negative results without discarding them, it's also very important to quickly look for other angles to the research to look into, because you are working, your research is tied to a degree. It's not like, okay, you have a lab where you are the lab head, you determine what happens. So sometimes, however it goes, it's still fine. But in this case, you are under authority. And so the ability to use maturity to, respectively follow but that following, you have to do it real quick. So you don't have to be dragging, because I've seen it practical, not once, not twice. In fact, more than I can count names of persons I've known who had those experience. Some of them did up to 10 years doing a master's project. And the reason is because of this kind of conflict between the supervisor and the student. The supervisor felt we should look at this. The way I'm getting this result, I don't think it should go this way. And the student is insisting it's like that. So to save your time, the rule of thumb, because I do say postgraduate studies is actually 30% research. The other 70% is human relations. So it's good and it's smart. You just know how to manage that. And if you need in more personalized discussions, we can keep in touch. Thank you. I don't know if I've helped you anyway.
All right. Thank you for that response, sir. So we'll take the next person, Ambassador Mary.
Thank you, our moderator, and thank you, Dr. Wazani, for your noble presentation. I don't know if I'm audible. Are you hearing me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I love the 7 steps to scientific innovation you have just presented. They are so wonderful and so enticing. It makes one want to go into it. But my question is this. Yesterday in the conference, I talked about enabling environment. Most times, these scientific innovations are done, but they are not pursued further. We have had so many from schools, from individuals, and yet, in reality, nobody encourages it because we don't have enabling environment. And some people don't even believe that we here in Nigeria are capable of scientific innovations. Now, how do we tackle that? That's one, sir. Then, secondly, in your presentation, it makes it look so beautiful, but there are challenges in carrying out these scientific innovations. I would have loved you to talk more on these challenges, or talk also on the challenges, especially in this present, in this our present economic situation, and also in this present political dispensation where people don't seem to believe in what we do. Thank you, sir.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know, should I respond to it, Dr. Asabe, or I should?
Yes, please. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
So, yeah, starting from the second question, it's a common challenge that will always be there, and there are navigating pathways to that. And one of the navigating pathways to that is one, because when you hear researchers from Africa, from Nigeria, just like Professor Simone and several of the speakers have earlier spoken, and I was so, I was a little bit, when Nelda was talking and she has to introduce herself as an African, because, so that's just to tell you, yes, that bias is actually there, kind of, that's a notion, and you can't rule that fact away about, because from my little experience as an editorial board member in several of those journals, I've realized that, and of course, I've gotten rejections myself several times, and we will keep getting rejections and acceptance. So, because sometimes what determines, or who determines whether that paper is published in Nature or Springer and some of those high impact journals, most of the time is the editor, of course. So some editors could be a bit mild, some could be a bit tough, some could be just by seeing your affiliation and all of that. But one thing I've realized, and that is just the fact, there is a level of being unique and being excellent that you can't be ignored. There's a level at which you distinguish yourself that I remember, sorry to digress the story, but there was a time, I think that should be, for those of you that are in that university, I'm not doing PR for the university. I'm just using it as an example. There's one of those, particularly Redeemers University, right? They are social science department. There was a time they were the kind of publications that were coming and the kind of grants that the researchers in that unit were winning literally attracted so much attention. You've read it in news and all of that. So there is a level with which you distinguish yourself that you can't be ignored. So it actually starts from the mindset. Yes, the challenges will be there. So the second challenge of finances, that's where you see we bring in perspective of grant writing, grant opportunities and all of that, because you will now be able to put up the grant and submit it and compete. And if you know, you heard when Lucky was talking about starting small, you win this grant, and because sometimes when those donors are looking, that's why they ask for your CV. They want to see what have you won before. because you don't expect to give someone the key to a test to, let me use the word, a Lamborghini car when the person doesn't have driver's license. And because the likelihood of the person going out and hitting the next car is there. And, you know, accident with Lamborghini is not accident with a Toyota Corolla. They are two different things altogether. And so that's on a lighter note. So that's how these things happen. So build your capacity, build your profile, be visible on LinkedIn, especially on your ResearchGate, on ORCID, and so let people know what you are doing, right? And be excellent in what you are doing. People will generally look for you. Yes, they would look for you with, okay, like, you know, I don't want to talk too much personal stories, but that's just the fact. So when you see people getting invitations to do external examinations to various places and all, I remember the first invitation I got to be an external examiner to another PhD student. I was still a PhD student myself then. So that's how these things happen. So please, the challenges will always be there and they will not stop. So build your capacity, publish good papers, win awards. When you see awards to win, build your profile. When you come to submit for bigger grant, bigger project, you will naturally get. And as you get those grants, you build your small lab, starting small. And as you start that small building of your lab, what will happen is you begin to have emails, invitations from collaborators, people willing to collaborate with you. Because the rule of research, which I think if you've gone to age, the age, what do you call it? The age, I had spoken 2-3 webinars or so. There are several other speakers that have also spoken, but you will see in Professor Kiria's lecture on collaboration, she spoke so extensively. It's there on YouTube. You go to Age YouTube, you will see it there. I will encourage you to really take time to watch that. You see how fellow Nigerian in our context, she's from the University of Port Harcourt, but we chatted 2 days ago, and attracting millions of grants and projects and how this networking actually happens. So when you begin to build, add value, and you add value yourself, people will look for you. It's not the notion where some persons all about, you know, I want you to add me in your paper. Okay, you're doing this great work. I want to be part of your team. Then all the person will do is, I will just contribute to money to publish the paper. That's not actually scientific. Add value. People will look for you. And when they are looking for you, you also come with some level of value. That value you are coming with could be your expertise in data analysis. That value you are coming with could be your expertise in interpreting, could be your expertise in doing a particular aspect of your work. So that is how to build up. I don't know if I've helped you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this response. Please, I want to beg that we should just take one more question. Dr. Gandui Anderson. Dr. Gandui Anderson. Please unmute and ask your question just briefly, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Wazani Dawuda, for your insightful presentation. Those 7 steps were amazing. Now, in this view of working on a realistic or realizable project, which can have a real impact, which strategies in terms of collaboration do you recommend to come up with this concrete project? Because generally the issue is the lack of funds to start from the problem to the realization of the project. So which kind of strategies do you recommend? Thank you so much.
All right.
I don't know if I've really
Dr.
understood.
Wazani, sir.
I don't know if maybe the moderator can explain for that. I don't know if I don't think I got the question.
He's asking about the strategies, right? Dr. Gandu.
Strategies in terms of collaboration and how to develop your work if you want to come up with a concrete project by the end of by the end of the project, to come up with a realistic and realizable project. What are the strategies?
So you're asking about strategies.
Yes.
Strategies to come up with a realistic, let's say, research or invention at the end of it. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I think that still goes back to, thank you for your question. I think that still goes back to the point I was earlier on saying. If you are not solving a problem as a researcher, you just felt like, well, you know, types of innovations now, the demand-driven, supply-driven, or accelerated innovation. If your kind of idea is supply-driven, meaning, yeah, you know fuzzy abstract, you know this mathematical formula, you could develop the theorems and all of that, and you are not really thinking, is this thing really needed? Is this research really needed? Or supply-driven means you have the expertise, you are giving it to the audience to make use of it as they so desire. That's supply-driven kind of innovation, innovative research. Based on the expertise of the person, just felt this is what we are doing in our lab. We're developing this, we're developing that, we're doing this. So this is our product. You guys should find how to make use of it. That's supply-driven. They are demand-driven. Demand-driven means a group of farmers, a group of pregnant women in a community, several people, children in that environment, whatever it is, there's a problem, there's a crisis going on, and they are looking for solution. That solution is demanding that problem is demanding your solution. So any research you're developing from there is a demand-driven research. So what will happen is that your solution, if you eventually come up with that solution, right? If you eventually come up with that solution, and that is it follows whether in literature or in real life. Because you see sometimes in some papers, you see several research gaps are always frequently coming up in every paper. Every researcher that does builds up and see points it back. Okay, we have been able to look at this, but this area still needs attention. Yeah, we've done this based on these other people, but this area still needs attention. So that is demand driven. You do the research based on demand, based on need, based on necessity, the head on fire problem. There is the third version, which is the fastest, is the accelerated kind of research, where things like maybe Dangote or a particular industry in your country are having challenge with storing of maybe their produce, or having challenge with transportation system, or having a particular challenge that they are looking for how to solve it. Now, number one, the difference between accelerated and demand-driven is that in demand-driven, the people you are trying to help them don't have anything to give you rather than looking for how to receive from you. But in accelerated, you have already an established system. They have the market, they have the customers, they have the funds. So what do? They give you the funds, then you come with your proposal. All right, we want to do this, we want to do this. I hope you know that Google, Facebook, all those platforms have grants that people win here and there. So they come up with those solutions, and if you're able to come up with that solution, that your solution will now be directly implemented. That's why it's called accelerated. So it follows a very faster route towards implementation. I don't know if I've helped
you. Doctor, are you satisfied with the answer?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much. We thank our participants for being on the call, and I want to believe that we all benefited. Time is against us. We cannot be able to give opportunity to all those that want to ask their questions. So please kindly type in your question to the Q&A. It will be attended to, and then you will get a feedback. So with this, I want to appreciate the management of Age for giving me this opportunity. I think the take home is that we should pursue excellence, not just quantity, writing research without it being solution-driven, or we should pursue value, we should pursue excellence, we should distinguish ourselves, and we'll be sought after. I just want to leave us with this quote from the Bible that said, "Seeth a man diligent in his work, he will stand before kings and not mean men." So when you pursue excellence, your work will speak for you, people will look for you, and then you will provide solution to the world, to the real world problem. Thank you very much. I remain your moderator, Dr. Asebe Omokaro. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asabe. It's a nice time. It's very lovely to have you with us. We do appreciate you, ma. Thank you also, Dr. Wazani Dauda, for that expository presentation. We appreciate you so much, sir. We've had a long time today. From 10 a.m., we've run the session up till now. And okay. So before we go for a break, now we'll bring up the conference chair. Let's not forget that the session is not ended for today. We still have one session for today. Yes, the CEO of T.Y. Danjuma Foundation, he will be with us today. So we shouldn't go nowhere so that we don't miss out on any vital information. And so before we go for a short break, I'll bring up the conference chair to give us a speech, a short speech as we make progress. Thank you. Professor Atisa, please, you're welcome. Prof, sir, you can kindly, okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Sorry, let me just connect my system. Just a minute. I'm with you. Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Hello to everyone. And I want to say that it's been an exciting 3 days now of engagement, though the conference was built for 2 days, but the pre-conference activities were equally as enlightening as the 2 days full conference. And I want to use this opportunity, first of all, to say that age has aged, but it's not aged. You understand what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Age has aged, but it's not aged. So it's aged and agile.
Yeah.
And we thank God for that. Yes, aged and agile. We've had so many engagements from the keynote sessions, the competition. The competition yesterday was quite interesting. And I think one thing has been established, which we should all take home, that AI has come to stay. There's no argument about that. Both from the first keynotes addressed by Dr. Wazani and also from all the other contributors and the competition particularly, it's established how much AI can do. But the only thing is that we should not exchange it for our friend. Rather, we should study it and see how we can use it to enhance our activities, reduce time wasted on so many things, and things allow more time for thinking, or critical thinking, on valuable areas and things that will be beneficial to society. Then also, from all that we have taken, I don't want to go around saying them all over again, but one thing is certain: one, acquire the knowledge. Two, that knowledge must be relevant to society acceptable to all facets or stakeholders in whatever you are going to push out. And then also make yourself a leader in whatever field you are. And then build gradually. Like one of my professors used to say, he said, Ati, speed kills. And also, if you are in a hurry, particularly if your focus is money, and you're in a hurry, you are likely to crash because speed actually kills. And that is why some of us facilitators have told us, start small and continue to build. Then you will get to a point where you will not be seeking, but those things will not be seeking you. And that is more important than to rush, get frustrated, and drop out. And like we're told, when you write, it's rejected, write again. It's rejected, write again. I was particularly impressed by the Orada. I received a lot of lessons, though I've known this before, from Professor Okechukwu's statistics on the NRF. How many applied and how much actually goes out and how many eventually get it. So let me not bore us with what I know that the videos and all that will still be sent to us. So as we round off this celebratory conference, because I don't want us to miss the fact that we're actually celebrating academic excellence, the year of academic excellence, global academic excellence, because this age is not a local, it's not playing in the local league. Age is playing in Olympics of academics. I think that's the highest sports body we have. So age is playing in the Olympics of academics, not in the local league. And I know that there's still so much on this place, like I said, and much more to come. So let's stay with age. Those who have not yet registered, who are not part of the activities of age, I will advise you to do so, because age is already becoming, I don't want to say it's going to become, age is becoming a leader in academic excellence, not only in Africa, but globally. And don't take it for granted, because it's going to go places. And that is why you should join the train now, so that by the time the movement, the momentum gets to a peak, you are at the core of the whole thing. And also the trainings are there, the courses and all that. Let's get involved. The society is also there, so on. So once again, I want to say a big thank you to the age management generally, and the man upon whose shoulder everything is resting, Dr. Wazani Dauda, and his able team that he has gathered together, that within such a short time, they've been able to accumulate so much, and not only accumulate, but disseminate so much. Because they are not only receiving, but they are giving. And you know, the more you give, the more you also receive. And I pray that by the time we gathering together for the live conference next year, because I believe there will be a conference next year, that will have a fuller house, a bigger house, and the more far-reaching influence from what we have today. There's no doubt the sky is wide enough. I won't say the sky is the limit, because we have space. As a space scientist, I can tell you that space is limitless. That means that there's opportunity to still continue to expand without necessarily choking. So I want to say thank you to all those who came, and also make sure that when the videos are released, go over them again, and whatever you take as a takeaway from here, please, please, please apply it, because it's not just the head knowledge, but also the application means so much, because in the application that you become relevant, and it's the application that your contributions will become visible. You are all, as we come towards the close of the whole ceremony, so God bless you all. And I know we are in our various homes, we are watching, but wherever you are, may the impact of this age propel you to greater. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ati. It's always a pleasure to have you, sir. You said you shouldn't bore us with your talk. Your talk can never be boring, sir. Every time you come up, it's always insightful. You see words or marvels coming out of it. I have a lot that you've already said today. Like age has aged, but age is not aged. Yeah, age and agile. That you're still strong and moving. And just like you said yesterday, just like you are a 1-year-old child that is doing so much more than that adults are doing. So thank you so much, sir, for your words of encouragement, your kind words. They are always propelling us to do more. We are grateful to have you, sir, as a friend and a father of age. Thank you so much, sir. It's a pleasure. Okay, we're supposed to go on a break, but to actually save time, I think we'll just move to the next session so that we don't keep the conference too long. I believe our participants are still here with us. Please, our participants, I would have said we should make some noise if we're in a live, but please, okay, let's see our hands raised up to be sure we are still together. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I can see them. Thank you all so much. So we move to the next agenda now. That will be, okay, 1 minute, please, as I try to. Okay, so we move to the next agenda, and that will be the launching, that's unveiling of the Academic and Grant Writers Enclave Society, AGES. Like we said, AGE as a society, as the Academic and Grant Writers Enclave Society, AGES, and we will bring up, sorry, please. All right, so I'm launching the society. I want to bring up our coach in age, a professor who is doing so much, but doesn't like to be applauded openly. He likes playing in the background. But today we are going to bring you to the spotlight, sir, and the person of Professor S.J. Oniye. Sir, he will be the one to unveil society for us. I would say let's put our hands together and give him a clapping ovation as he comes up. Professor Oniye, sir, please. Okay, all right, so he will be coming up shortly. Please, let's keep the round of applause coming in. Let's keep the round of applause coming in. All right. Thank you, Professor Oniye. Please, you can have your microphone now, sir. Kindly unmute and speak up, sir.
Yes, I have done that. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good to be with everyone at this point in time, and good to be with age. May I congratulate everybody on this platform. My speech goes this way, please. The Academic and Grant Writers Conclave Society, AGES, represents a transformative milestone in the evolution of academic and grant writing. It's a testament to the power of collaboration, innovation, and excellence. As we gather to mark the official launch of AGES, it is a moment to celebrate a shared vision and reflect on the immense potential this initiative holds for the global academic community. It is with great honor and purpose that I welcome you to this historic occasion. AGES is not merely an organization. It is a movement designed to empower writers across disciplines and regions, operating as a vital subsidiary of the Academic and Grant Writing Enclave, AGE. AGES seeks to address the ever-growing complexities of academia by providing a dynamic platform where academic and grant writers can excel through mentorship, training, and access to global resources. This mission is anchored on three fundamental pillars, and these are collaborations, innovation, and excellence. These principles guide the society in fostering meaningful partnerships, equipping scholars with cutting-edge tools, and ensuring that every member achieves the highest standards in academic and grant writing. Dear colleagues, the structure of AGES is thoughtfully designed to meet the diverse needs of its members. The society operates through four specialized divisions: HPNET, which we call HPNet, which supports advancements in health, physical and natural sciences, engineering, and technology. The society also have SHAPE, SHAPE, which promotes creativity and interdisciplinary research in social sciences, humanities, arts, and poetry and economics. The society also have MALE, the MALE, which drives leadership and innovation in management, administration, law, and education. And DAIM, which leads in data science, arithmetic, informatics, and machine learning. This multidisciplinary framework ensures that scholars from all fields find a space to thrive, collaborate, and contribute meaningfully to the academic landscape. AGE's impact is global and yet personal. With a footprint in over 80 countries, the society provides unparalleled access to resources, mentorship, and partnerships with renowned organizations such as UNESCO, WHO, and NIH. At the same time, AGES remains deeply committed to addressing local challenges, particularly those faced by underrepresented regions and communities. By championing inclusivity and diversity, AGES ensures that its benefits extend to all, creating opportunities for scholars who might otherwise be left out of global academic conversations. Dear colleagues, today, as we officially launch AGES, we are not just unveiling a society, but igniting a movement to transform academic and grant writing. This is a call to action for every researcher, educator, and grant writer present. I urge you to engage fully with AGES, to join its divisions, and to leverage the opportunities it offers. Together, we can redefine the future of academia, setting new standards, overcoming challenges, and building a more inclusive and innovative academic world. Dear colleagues, the launch of AGES marks the beginning of an exciting journey. It is a journey that demands commitment, creativity, and collaboration. Let us seize this opportunity to inspire excellence, foster innovation, and leave a legacy that will shape the academic and research landscape for generations to come. Dear all, I welcome you to AGES, where the future of academic and grant writing begins. To the glory of God and to the benefit of humanity, I hereby launch the Academic and Grant Writers Conclave Society. Thank you, and thank you all. God bless you.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Onye. Thank you for the wonderful speech. Yes. We'll move to the next section of the unveiling, and that will be the official launch activity. As of officially declaring the AGES open and marking the beginning of its operation.
Oh, we are so sorry. That was small technical glitches from the side of the secretary. We'll be taking a break right now. Maybe the next five minutes, we'll have a break. Then after the break session, we'll be coming back to just cap up the conference, and then we'll finally call it close. So thank you so much. Let's have the next 5 minutes break. Thank you.
Academic and Grant Writing Enclave Age, with her slogan, Elevating Academic Excellence, Fostering Global Collaboration, is a research-based institute that provides training and mentorship for aspiring and experienced researchers who want to improve their academic and grant writing skills. Her mission is to empower the global academic community through expert mentorship and training in academic and grant writing, promoting excellence, ethical standards, and collaborative scholarship. Age is committed to skill development, community building, and fostering international academic partnerships. Since her establishment on 13th December 2023, Age has rapidly ascended to prominence, transcending geographical confines and disseminating academic excellence across continents. Each program has trained over 14,000 participants, over 1,050 institutions so far, and has an impact and footprint in over 110 countries, over 480 academic professors, 7,000 PhD holders, 700 staff from across 200 NGOs have benefited from our training. Amongst the various services Age offers is the Age Academies. The Age Academy provides a wide range of educational programs and resources tailored to the needs of individuals at different stages of their academic and professional journeys. These include the Academic Writers Academy. This is a practical training for authors on high-impact research paper writing, and it's a 6-week online school that teaches practical essential skills for students pursuing degrees, early career researchers, academic faculties, researchers in industry, professional writers, and editors needed to produce top-tier academic work published in high-impact journals. The Academic Writers Academy cover a variety of modules, and the key takeaways: participants will be guided to complete the first draft of their research or review papers by the course's conclusion. Course materials and video recordings will be shared to all participants to go through at their own learning pace. Upon successful completion, participants will receive certificates accredited by ISO, IAF, and IAS. Hurry now to www.academicenclave.org/AWA. The Data Mastery course is an 8-week immersive journey into the world of data empowerment. Our comprehensive course, Data Mastery from Collection to Analysis, is designed to equip participants with the essential skills and tools needed to streamline survey data collection, master data analysis techniques, and enhance the power of statistical software tools like Python, Excel, SPSS, R, COBOL Toolbox, GraphPad Prism, Origi Pro, SQL for advanced data analysis and insightful interpretation. And of course, we offer free 1-week software installation guidance to equip you and get you ready for your data journey. Upon successful completion, participants will receive certificates accredited by ISO, IAF, and IAS. Quickly log on to www.academicenclave.org/DAA to register now. The Age Academy also features Research Innovation Academy, a dynamic hub at the forefront of groundbreaking research. It's a 6-week certification course with 13 robust modules as shown on our screen. Key takeaways are mastery in crafting winning grant proposals, accredited certification, access to a comprehensive 1,303-page resource document outlining global grant opportunities valued at €534,990. Receive several samples of awarded research and NGO grant proposals. At the Research Innovation Academy, we empower researchers to tap into their creative wellspring and turn innovative concepts into tangible outcomes. Register now at www.academicenclave.org/RIA. The Age Academy also presents the Grant Writing Academy, a comprehensive 3-week grant writing certification course that is meticulously designed to empower researchers, academics, non-profit organizations, project consultants, small business owners, project managers, and social entrepreneurs with the skills to craft compelling grant proposals. Key takeaways are mastery in crafting winning grant proposals, accredited certification, access to a comprehensive 1,303-page research document outlining global grant opportunities valued at €534,990. Also received several samples of awarded research and NGO grant proposals. Register now at www.academicenclave.org/GWA. Age also offers consultancy services on research design, methodology and data analysis, grant proposal writing, review and policy advisory, pharmaceutical, medical and biotechnology development, academic writing and publication support, educational innovation, curriculum design and reform, leadership development and professional growth, technology integration and digital solutions, impact assessment and program evaluation, interdisciplinary research collaboration and networking, management consulting and strategic advisory, specialized consultancy teams. Age offers educational webinars, which is central to our mission of equipping researchers, academics, and grant writers with essential skills and knowledge. These monthly sessions connect participants with industry experts, offering practical tools and insights on the latest trends and innovations. The Academic and Grant Writing Enclave, AGE, has also grown to have a society. The Academic and Grant Writers Enclave Society operates as a vital subsidiary of the Academic and Grant Writing Enclave. The society is a thriving community dedicated to fostering excellence in academic and grant writing. Her mission is to support and enhance the capabilities of academic and grant writers through collaborative efforts, providing access to a network of professionals, educational workshops, and a wealth of shared resources. You should consider joining AGE today for expert guidance, international reach, skills development, collaborative learning environment, commitment to community, proven track record. AGE is also open to partnership and sponsorship opportunities. You can contact us on +234 9131 866 952. Again, +234 9131 866 952 or +234 810 945 3938 +234 810 945 3938. Connect with us via our website on academicenclave.org for all your relevant information. Also, you can send us an email at info@academicenclave.org, on Facebook, Academic Grant Writing Enclave, on LinkedIn, Academic-Grant-Writing-Enclave-AGE, on Instagram @age_enclave, on YouTube @Academic and Grant Writing Enclave. Join us now. The Academic and Grant Writing Enclave, AGE, with her slogan, Elevating Academic Excellence, Fostering Global Collaboration, is a research-based institute that provides training, All right, so sorry for that break in transmission. The network was not quite friendly. We apologize for that little break. We're back now. That was the launching of the AGES by Professor Sonny Oniye. The society is now launched. So we'll make progress as we bring out the winners for yesterday, the Global Excellence Award. Those our finalists, the awards are finally out. Okay, so here I will just roll out okay, I'll just roll out the certificate while the Director of Training, Dr. Wadzani Dauda, will come up and confirm the awards. And thereafter, we'll bring up the conference chair to officially close the conference. Okay, we'll give a final announcement before that, and then the course chair will officially close the conference. So join us as we unveil the winners of the award. We have here for the postgraduate category, we have Amina Sani Bashir. She came third place, third best winner, and oral presenter for the postgraduate category. Also, next we have, okay. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. All right. We have Badiora Olanike. She's the best winner and oral presenter for the postgraduate category. And we have Dr. Baba Dahiru, who's the second best winner and oral presenter for the senior academic category. We have Dr. Dorcas Taiwo Ola, the best writer and oral presenter for the senior academic category. We have Etido Fidelis Udo, the second best writer and oral presenter for the postgraduate category. We have Ibrahim O. Abdusalam, the best writer and oral presenter for the undergraduate category. Igwe Rex Chukudim, second best writer and oral presenter for the undergraduate category. Yes, I think that's all for those that competed. So thank you so much. I bring up Dr. Wadzani now to confer the awards. Okay, all right. We're giving the awardees an opportunity to make a speech if they're online. So all our awardees should kindly, okay, yes, I'm missing out one. I don't think I have it here. All our awardees should kindly raise their hand so that we'll give them an opportunity to make a speech.
All right. Thank you so much, Secretary. On behalf of the H Board of Trustees, the H Board of Studies, and we, quite a number of them today was actually supposed to be a great convergence, but there were quite a number of emergencies, and some of them could have actually been on ground, but they extend their sincere greetings to everyone here. So I would, on their behalf, confer this unique award on all the participants, and a big congratulations for being pre-selected in the semi-final. I think the team committee said they had several tens of applications, and shortlisting down to, based on the writing, I think then they had to shortlist down to the oral presentations and in each of the categories. So thank you for the great work done, and a big congratulations to you. Yeah, over. Thank you.
All right, so our participants, please, our finalists. Okay, I can see Ibrahim Abdusalam. That's okay. Ibrahim Abdusalam. 1 minute, Ibrahim, please. Ibrahim Abdusalam. Okay. All right, Ibrahim Abdusalam, who is the best writer and oral presenter for the undergraduate category. We kindly give you the microphone to say 1 or 2 words. So go ahead, Ibrahim. You have the mic.
Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening. I'm so proud and glad to actually hear this news. To Age Global Excellence Award, I'm really honored, and I'm very glad that I actually come up to this stage. I must actually thank Age Global Award. I must also thank my department, the Department of Mass Communication, Ahmad Bello University Zaria. I actually consulted some of my lecturers in order to have insight on the topic, despite the fact that I actually have a background on artificial intelligence and networking. I also saw that I met some of my lecturers to get insight for them. I must thank Age, and also I must also thank Ahmad Bello University Zaria. Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much, Ibrahim Abdulsalam, and congratulations once again. We rejoice with you on your award of your Global Excellence Award. Thank you so much, and congratulations to you. I have also on the queue Amina Sani Bashir, who is also a finalist. Amina Sani Bashir, let me bring up her. Okay, we have Amina Sani Bashir, who is the 3rd best winner and oral presenter for the postgraduate category. Amina, please, you can kindly speak now.
All right, thank you, Ma. Good day, everyone. I'm so excited to hear this news. In fact, I lack words to show my appreciation, but I'm very grateful for this great opportunity given to us to showcase our ideas and creativity. And I also want to thank my department, the Department of Quantity Surveying, Ahmadu Bello University, for all the supports and the kind gestures they've shown to me. I'm so excited, and I'm looking forward to participating in much more awards like this, and I'm glad to join Ages. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amina Sani Basir, and congratulations once again on your win. Thank you so much. Also, we quickly bring up, I can see Dr. Baba Dahiru in the house. Dr. Baba Dahiru is here. Dr. Baba Dahiru is the 2nd best writer and oral presenter for the senior academic category. Dr. Baba, please go ahead and give a speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to express my sincere gratitude to Academic Grant Writing Enclaves and all the participants, my universities, Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, my institute, NRLS, for giving me the opportunity as well as time to participate in this competition, and thank you all.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Baba Dahiru. Congratulations once again, sir, on your win. We rejoice with you, sir, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, before I bring up the conference chair to finally give a vote of thanks and declare the meeting closed, I can't see the other finalists. Okay, Olanike is here now. Okay, Olanike, sorry, I didn't see the hand. Olanike Bajora is here. Please raise your hand once again so that I didn't see the hand. Sorry, that wasn't intentional. Okay, so we have here Olanike Badiora. Okay, Olanike, 1 minute so that I can unmute you to speak up. All right, Olanike, you have the floor. Please go ahead and give your.
Good everyone. Yeah, I'm deeply honored to receive the Global Excellence Award
under the academic and grants writing enclave. I want to dedicate this achievement to my university, Obafemi Awolowo University, and also to my departments, food science and technology, for their unwavering support and inspiration towards this my achievements. And I also want to thank you, Age, for giving me the platform to showcase my skills. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't know I was muted. Thank you so much, Olanike. Thank you so much, and congratulations once again. I can't find other participants. It seems like they are not on the call, or probably they are not appreciative of their awards. But however, congratulations to all of our participants, and we rejoice with you on your win. Okay, before I bring up the conference chair, as usual, like I said, I'll quickly bring up a few announcements for us, please. All right. Okay, so welcome to the Academic and Grant Writing Enclave. In collaboration with T.Y. Danjuma Foundation and the Springer Nature, we brought you this international conference and academic conclave. All through the West conference, we would have been hearing a lot about age and what they do. And I don't want to go ahead and start repeating from the beginning again, but I just want to quickly run us through on what age does, because some of the questions we asked during the conference can actually be answered completely in age. Yes, and that's in our academy. We have answers to most of the questions. We run academies that covers and gives us the opportunity to get our answers for free. Okay, so I'm going to bring up. All right. Also, we have our age webinars, and they are available on the Age YouTube channel. Just like I said when I was bringing up Professor Aliyu Paiko the other time, he was invited in August to talk on NRF, and it actually opened the door for a lot of persons to get their proposals approved. And that's why we brought him up again, so that they can make progress in the NRF concept note. We offer free webinars every month, most times every week. That's at the end of week, by Friday or Saturdays, we offer webinars on our platform. And how we can get access to that is to actually log on to our Age YouTube channel, Academic and Grant Writing Enclave, as is showing on the screen. And there we can find all the past webinars, and we can go ahead and watch. But please, in watching, kindly like, subscribe, and also share to your friends so that they will benefit from it. We have lecturers who had to go to our YouTube channel, play for their students to be able to get one or two things from it. I can tell you it is always very, very educative and exciting. So please kindly log on to our YouTube channel and watch. And why you need to also log on to our YouTube channel is because everything that has been done here on this conference is going to upload it to our YouTube channel. That is the only medium by which we can get the recordings to us. It will be too or almost impossible to start sending the recording to each and every one. So we'll put it on a platform for everyone to be able to access. So it's free there on our YouTube channel. Just go to the YouTube channel and then please like and subscribe also to the YouTube channel as we watch. So as you get the knowledge from it, the only little thing we need to do is to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Thank you very much. Also, we make progress. These are few webinars which we've had. Like I said, we will find all of these on our YouTube channels. They are there for us to access at no cost. Also, we have the Age Academies. If you listen to the background video that's always been playing, I've been talking about all our academies, but I want to briefly say a thing or two about it before we make progress. We have the Academic Writers Academy, Academic Writers Academy, and we are open now. We are open now for registration. We are actually in cohort 5, which means we've graduated 4 cohorts, and most of our participants here are persons that have registered for our courses, and they can testify to the fact of how our courses have been mind-blowing and quite enriching. So we have the Academic Writers Academy. You can just log on to www.academicenclave.org/AWA to register for the Academic Writers Academy so that you can be a part of it. Also, we have the data mastery from collection to analysis. 1 minute before I make progress on the Academic Writers Academy, the AI we're talking about yesterday, I made reference to it. We have a module here that actually deals on AI. Module 9 says the power of AI in academic writing, exploring great potentials and ethical responsibilities. And it's a hands-on session. We also have in module 6, harnessing AI-powered reference management tools for research. And it's also a hands-on session. So the facilitator takes us by the hand to make us learn how to use AI to write and explore great potentials without going into plagiarism. And they teach us how to go about all of that. We also have the Data Analysis Academy, and the registration is also open now. We can kindly register for that before it kicks off. We have 10 modules here. We'll deal on R, SQL, data analysis with Origin Pro, GraphPad Prism, SPSS, Excel, and a whole lot of that you wouldn't want to miss out on. Also, we have the Research Innovation Academy. It's a 6-week certification course. You are looking into going into research and you want to know how to write your research well for it to be approved, please kindly jump on this and register. The modules are quite enormous and huge. I would encourage everyone to register for it. One of the takeaways here is that you have access to a comprehensive 1,303-page resource document outlining global grants opportunities, and it is valued at 534,990 euros, but you'll be given for free. So please kindly jump on this offer now. Also, we have the grant writing and proposal development for research and non-profit funding. I've been trying to write my grant and get it approved, but it's not going through, it's not working out. Or I have a non-profit organization and I need how to write a grant that could be approved. Please join us in Age. Here we'll teach you, hold you by the hand on how to achieve that. And you also receive several samples of awarded research and NGO grant proposals as a takeaway if you register for this course, alongside access to a comprehensive 1,303-page resource document outlining global grant opportunities, and it's also valued at 534,990 euros, but you will have that for free. So kindly log on also to www.academicenclave.org/DAA, or just visit our website to get access to all of this. One thing I want us to know is that for all of the academies we have, you get to have a certificate at the end of it. We have a certificate that is awarded to all of our participants at the end of our training program. And also to add to that, we give out the recordings of our classes. Each classes are recorded and we make it available for the participants at the end of the class, so that peradventure you missed out in the class. We know how network can be very terrible and you couldn't follow through in the class, or peradventure you missed out completely in the class due to circumstances that you couldn't control from your end. We make the recordings available thereafter for you to go through at your own learning pace so that you can get to understand. And there is also a support community group on WhatsApp where you get to interact with other like-minded persons who will put you through in other areas where you need clarification. And our facilitators are also on that group. So peradventure you have questions to ask, our facilitators are there to answer your questions at every given time. Our aim is to make sure you register and you get the best out of the courses. Also, we offer 3 weeks mentorship classes for startup NGOs. Now, how do I get on Age and to get all of this information handy? You can join us on our social media platforms on Facebook, Academic and Grant Writing Enclave. Please kindly check on your phone now. Type Facebook, Academic and Grant Writing Enclave, and log on to Facebook. Like us on Facebook. Subscribe to our channel on Facebook so that you can see all our updates as we bring them up on Facebook. Also on YouTube, like I said, at Academic and Grant Writing Enclave. I expect us to start subscribing to the YouTube channel if we actually want to see this conference again and watch it at our own pace to catch up. I had persons that just came in today, they missed the pre-conference and yesterday, but you get all of that on our YouTube channel where we get to upload all of the conference schedule. Also on Instagram, we are there at Age Enclave, and we are also on LinkedIn. So, but you can reach out to us via email if you need to write an email to us or to contact us. You can contact us via email on academicgrantwritingenclave@gmail.com or info@academicenclave.com. Okay, I want to call on the phone or I want to chat via WhatsApp because it's easier for me. Please, our number is 091-31-866-952. Please, if you're outside Nigeria, don't forget to add the +234 code, +2349131866952. I take that again, +2349131866952. You can also call us on +2349027255501. I take that again, +2349027255501. At any time of the day you get to call this number, you will be responded to. And at any time of the day you get to chat us on WhatsApp, we will also respond to you. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. And thank you. And we'll be glad to see you in a class as you take up one of our courses to get yourself equipped. All right. So thank you so much for listening to the announcement. We make progress as we bring up now the conference chair. I have persons raising up their hands. Is it for questions? Oh, I don't know. Should I still take questions? I think I have persons that want to ask questions. All right. Okay, so let me quickly bring up Dr. Peter Abraham. Okay, sorry. I'll bring up Dr. Wadzani Dauda while he make a few comments, please. Dr. Wadzani, please, you're welcome, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just needed to make a quick information. Actually, precisely regarding the, I needed to really, I said it in the course of the discussion, but I felt it's expedient to still rehearse it again, that to sincerely appreciate the general support of the National Open University, Nigeria, and which was strongly facilitated by our distinguished Professor Sonny Oni. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for everything. We deeply appreciate you. Thank you for, so the entire hosting of this platform, to be able to host, I think over 2,000 persons have signed in for this program, and to be able to host that magnitude of persons, I want to sincerely appreciate the management of the university and all our respective faculties, universities all across. Thank you. You know, and I want to also appreciate, like I said, the technical persons from the National University. Benga is here, Dr. Bello is also here. They have been around throughout from the beginning till this time, managing things and all. So thank you so much. And on the launching of the society, if you've seen the website closely, I don't know if I can just share my screen. Now, if you see the website closely, now this is it. For the total, this is a website of the society now, right? So, which can be dropped to us in the chat box. So when you open the website, these are the things you would see. You'll see home, you'll see who we are, what the ages is, and what the ages will do, the membership of the ages, the events the society does, and the careers, the publications, and host number of things that come up. Now, like the secretary, and the conference chair have earlier said, the society is an integral part of age, but it's an independent entity altogether. And so, yeah, there was a call for membership, I think, some times ago, and the intention was just to get a few persons on board, but there were over 700 persons that applied, and the committee that screened and sent the persons that were shortlisted on probation, pending some few things, pending because there are some pending things to the induction, because the society was to be launched in the conference, and technically, you can't give birth to a child and the child will be pregnant at the same time. So the idea is the society is being officially launched. So subsequent communications at regards to the full inductions will take place in due course of time for all the persons that were selected. Now, so the induction, while that induction will take place sometimes next year, when the persons who will eventually are finalized and have signed up, the induction happen properly, every member of the society will have this access. Now, if you see this login, you see the email, which will be unique email to every member of the society, and you have your unique password, and that unique email, this was mine, and you saw Professor Neil's own was just done. So you have this email at this domain with Academic Conclave Society, so which you can use on your normal Gmail as your official email, and you have your own unique password. So when you log in into the membership, it's only members that can log in. So when you log in, you'll see the first thing you see is a welcome. Now, when you go down, the society by next year, when the proper induction and all will take place, of course, there will be a form of transitional leadership where there will be appointment or elections of the central president of the society. The society will have 4 vice presidents. Each of those vice presidents will head each of those sections. The health, physical science, natural science, engineering will have a vice president. Social science will have a vice president. The management and the data science will have 4 vice presidents. So these 4 vice presidents will be directly under the central president, and the 4 vice presidents will have these offices under them. So these are the membership categorization. We have the affiliate members, the honorary members, the honorary fellows, corporate members, graduate members, associate members, students membership. And of course, it's going to have a number of things that will happen. So this is just in brief and to let us know that this is what is on pipeline. So what is being done today is to officially launch the society. Due communications and all will take place in due course of time. But I want to sincerely say this, and quite very sincerely, to appreciate all of us for being around. I mean, it means a lot to stay true to this time, spending time. Yes, we've given the value, and that is why it took a lot actually to put up this together. But then the support from various persons that, both in cash, in kind, in support, morally, and all, to really appreciate every one of us for being around. I want to appreciate everyone, the cost chair will do that, the conference chair will do that, but I just felt to really appreciate everyone for being around. You staying till this time means a lot. And like the secretary said, you give us some time, the videos and the recordings will be uploaded. So all you need to simply do, once you like or subscribe to the YouTube channel, you just automatically receive notifications once those informations are dropped. So you can just do that. But to appreciate the moderators, I mean, amazing work that they've all done, both within, outside, different parts of the world. And to Dr. Ritu sent a message yesterday specifically. She would have actually been around today to still say it, but she sent her huge appreciation and all the facilitators that came on board. Thanks to everyone. So I just came to really make this announcement concerning the society. so we be clear on what is actually up to. So once again, thank you so much, everyone. Thanks to the staff members at the background and the secretary of the conference to specifically take this time to say a big thank you for staying through the amazing work you've done, along with all the moderators. A big thanks to everyone. So over from my end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's a pleasure. I appreciate. Thank you for your kind words. We'll bring up the conference chair now to give his closing remark.
Okay. Sorry, it's like there's echo.
Yes, sir.
There's echo.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Okay, you are hearing me now.
Yes, sir. We can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm using multiple systems because of the situation here. So, but I think I can now. Okay. So, are you hearing me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me share my screen as I take the. So, please allow me to share my screen.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll do that right away.
Okay. Just like I said earlier, I'm using multiple systems. So thank you very much for allowing this. I will share my screen. I'm going to do something that is a little bit unusual, but I think we should do it. This is the first year anniversary of age, and I want us to sing a birthday song for age. So if you are there, you can join me. I may not hear you. Is my screen up? I'm not seeing.
Now, sir.
Yeah?
It's now blank, sir.
It's looking blank.
Yes, sir.
It's blank, Paul.
Yes, sir. Yeah, at the end of the screen.
Okay, I'm coming. Okay, let me try and share again. It's okay. Good, great. Thank you. Are you seeing it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I will. Sorry, let me introduce myself now differently from chair. I'm a musician and music is in my blood. So most often, please pardon me to. I know this is an international forum, but then forum, but then I don't think it's out of place for me to just sing. For us to sing a birthday song for age. They have done so much. Oh, age, I wish you a happy birthday. Oh, age, very, very many happy returns. Oh, age, I wish you a happy birthday. Oh, age, very, very many happy returns. Just one more time. Oh, age, I wish you a happy birthday. Oh, age, very, very many happy returns. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray! Happy birthday to age.
Thank you so much,
Now,
sir.
thank you, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now, take my closing remarks quickly. Let me go off this screen. I think I'm done. Sorry, let me quickly go off the screen. Okay, all right, that's all right. I think I'm off the screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, facilitators, moderators, the remarkable age team, colleagues, and participants. As we bring this extraordinary gathering to a close, I stand before you right now, or I virtually stand before you filled with a deep sense of gratitude and inspiration. Over the past 3 days, because starting with the pre-conference activities, we have journeyed together exploring the frontiers of academic excellence, innovation, and collaboration under the banner of redefining the future of global academia, 1 year of vision, excellence, and innovation. This conference has been more than an event. It has celebrated what academia can achieve when we dare to envision a better future and commit to its realization. Age now, 1 year strong, has demonstrated its capacity to transform challenges into opportunities and aspirations into impactful outcomes. We have witnessed stimulating keynote addresses, insightful technical sessions, enlightening workshops led by distinguished academics and practitioners. The pre-conference workshop alone set the tone for the transformative conversation we've had, whether through mastering AI for academic writing or navigating proposal submissions to major funding bodies, particularly the TED Fund. This conference has not just expanded our knowledge, it has challenged us to rethink our approaches to embrace innovation and to strengthen our collaborations. From AI-driven advancements to interdisciplinary partnership, Age has provided a platform for us to redefine what academic engagement truly means. The accomplishments of Age over this year are a testament to the power of vision, community, and unwavering dedication. Age has grown into a beacon of academic empowerment, offering tailored training, mentorship, and cutting-edge resources to researchers and academics across the globe. Through its specialized academies and mentorship programs, Age has touched lives, unlocking potential, and empowering participants to secure grants, publish impactful research, and contribute meaningfully to global knowledge. The unveiling of the Academic and Grant Writers Conclave Society today marks yet another milestone, a call to action for sustained collaboration and collective excellence. As we celebrate this milestone, we recognize the Age journey has just begun. The challenges facing academia, funding shortages, technological skills, and the need for interdisciplinary collaboration demand continued commitment and innovative solutions. Age is uniquely positioned to lead the charge, expanding its plate, as I mentioned yesterday, to accommodate the ever-evolving needs of academia. Through strategic partnership, capacity building initiatives, and focus on inclusivity, Age is laying the foundation for a brighter, more sustainable future. Together, we will not only address these global challenges, but turn them into opportunities for transformative growth. To our speakers, facilitators, and moderators, to the Age team, to Dr. Wazani particularly, your expertise has enriched this conference in ways that words cannot capture. To the Age team, rather, your tireless efforts also have made this event a resounding success. To our participants, you are the heart of this community, and your engagement is what makes Age vision a reality. As we part ways, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and excellence that has defined this conference. Let us apply the knowledge gained here to our work, ensuring that our collective impact reverberates far beyond these 2 days. Congratulations to Age on this remarkable first year, and here's to many more years of success and transformative impact. There are 3 things I want to close with before I round up finally. Age is aged, but not aged. Age is aging and agile. At Age, there's always a takeaway. I take them again. Age is aged, but not aged. Age is aging and agile. At Age, there's always a takeaway. Thank you for all your participation, insights, and unwavering commitment to advancing academia. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our father, Professor Ati Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much. First, you wrote the song, and then you've given us, I don't know if I should call this a slogan. Maybe we need to attach this to, to our name. Age is aged and not aged. Age is aging and agile. And at age, there is always a takeaway. Thank you so much, sir. That really sank deep. We duly appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. With this, we have come to the end of the conference officially. Of course, the conference chair has spoken. We don't have to top up any other thing to it. Like we said, our platform is open. Join us on WhatsApp to ask all of your questions. I've already seen persons in my DM asking me for the links for registration of our courses. Yes, so just come to our DM, chat us up on WhatsApp for every other further questions, for those raising their hands, and we will attend to you. And we know that these 3 days has been so rewarding, and there won't be age without you. Let's not forget that part. So you are all important to us, and we are so honored to have you all. And I hope that you all will register for our courses outlined for 2025, so that you can have a full taste of some of the goodness that age brings. So thank you so much, everyone. As we go back to our respective homes, even though some of us are home, you can just kindly enter into a nearby eatery and you eat anything you like. And celebrating the age birthday today, just go into the eatery and eat on the name of age, but please just pay your bill yourself. So thank you so much, everyone, and see you next time for such a wonderful and beautiful gathering. I say bye-bye from here.